And good day to all the roses around the world in whatever time zones that you are. We welcome you to our Great Awakening Part 4, and so grateful that we have this technology that we can be with all of you. Many of you remember Isaiah Ben Emmanuel, one of the Academy musicians. He continues to work with his music, and right after my transmission is Beloved Excalibur, and when he finishes just before the break, we're going to listen to 3 minutes of his latest song. All right, so let's move into that place of welcoming Mother Akasha's presence with us today.
The voice of a mother and a father and a child. Would you recognize the truth? Do you feel the love that's falling from my eyes? Take just a minute, come and rest here by my side. Let me tell you your own story. Let me walk you through your lives. Only a second, it's all it takes to realize there's 100,000 angels by your side. There's 100,000 angels by your side.
And a glorious good God day to each of you. Mother Akasha greets you through the life stream of our messenger, and I welcome you to the Great Awakening, Part 4. This series is not only to reveal to you more information, more wonderful knowledge, what is going on out in the world. The series is also dedicated to your own continued awakening, as each of you reach up to what you now understand as the Christ consciousness. And therefore we will engage in meditations, activations, atonements, attunements, all that will assist you. I said in my broadcast yesterday that being spiritually aware is not enough to nullify the appearances in the outer world. To be spiritually minded is to be spiritually empowered. And if we have spiritual awareness, yet that awareness does not lead to a kind of spiritual mindedness that leads to spiritual empowerment, then we can declare to the world appearances, you have no power, and we will not get any results. There have been too many who have embraced some kind of spiritual awareness, yet unfortunately did not build up the great spiritual force and spirit and power within themselves. And therefore, when world appearances such as cancer touched their lives, they lost their lives. So let us be clear. As we grow in spiritual mindedness, we seek to grow spiritually, to be filled, to be charged with spiritual powers. The power of the Christ consciousness, the power of the Heavenly Father, the power of the Heavenly Mother, the power of divine intervention, the power to build the Holy Spirit and all the great assets of God, to build those in our minds and our hearts and the very flesh substance of our bodies, and to gain a momentum of building and strengthening that spiritual force, so that when we turn to the world appearances and declare you have no power, I am the untouchable presence of God, with such a conviction of consciousness that the energies and vibrations, the frequency of your life that you are transmitting is much greater than the lower frequencies of disease, lack, and limitation of this world. Over the years, I have included in my teachings, I have recognized many teachers or messengers that have come in other forms. And I've often aligned with some of their work as companion literature, companion knowledge. I've often aligned with the work of Joel Goldsmith. I've often aligned with that little book, The Book of Everything by Ruby Nelson. I've often mentioned the Course of Miracles for those who may feel attracted to that. More and more, the teachers will come forth. Recently, I have introduced to you or brought into your awareness the 9 letters of Jesus Christ that began to be transmitted into this world around 2005. Again, the Master Jesus finds that through his chosen agents, as he would use the word, channels, messengers, of which our messengers are 2 of those, that the world of media has not opened, the world where his agents could be interviewed and begin to explain the truth of existence. That door has not yet opened. And so I have joined the Master Jesus, and I have said with him that so much of what you are teaching in your letters is what I have been teaching, yet said often in a different way. And so in these days, I will include some of his teachings, yet I must give credit where credit is due, and where appropriate, open the way that he may speak directly to you. I wish this morning to begin by quoting the Master Jesus, and I've had the messenger write it down, for I wish to quote him perfectly. His words in his letters: "My purpose is to reach sensitive and inspired souls, to teach them how to draw on divine assistance during the future horror in which the world will ultimately be embroiled. For this reason, my powerful longing to rescue those who can receive me has been crystallized." In other words, his vibrations have been crystallized within his words in the form of the truth of existence within these letters. And Jesus finishes with, "Know this and heed this." So very, very clearly, the Master is aligning with what I have shared with you. The world has begun a period of time. I have called it 5 storms. And we are only perhaps halfway through the first two storms. Jesus called these storms the Great Tribulation of humankind. The Master Jesus, in parables in the New Testament, in stories, trying to get his disciples and followers to understand, often said, you must decide if you are a sheep or a goat. As a sheep, you live peacefully. You stay close to your kind. You look after them. You graze lightly, so there will be plenty of grass growing the next day and the next day. The goats, they are rebellious spirit. They are ego-driven. They will tear up a farmer's field and leave nothing for tomorrow. And now the time begins. I said in my broadcast yesterday, more than ever before, and beginning this year, it is important. While you are aware of conditions worsening in the outer world, it is of paramount importance that each of you are consciously, deliberately creating your own personal world, your own inner world that is at least an arm's length away from what is occurring in the outer world. Myself, beloved Master Jesus, and every ascended Master, and might I remind you that every ascended being has achieved Christ consciousness. Every ascended being, as is your destiny, has broken the veil of human density, of human consciousness, and begun to experience the universal consciousness, the Christ consciousness, and scaled those mountains and became beings of Christ. And so we enter a period that is not only that you take extra care to build your own inner world and take care of your world and be caring and loving. This means, too, that you must not allow the differences in beliefs separate you from other peoples in the world who practice their spiritual faiths differently than yourselves. Whether they be Christians or Jews, Hindus or Buddhists, atheists or agnostics, as far as those that may follow some spiritual path or religious path, it is time to not only stay close to your own, but have the greatest respect, realizing that all on spiritual or religious paths have one mighty activity in common, and that is all of them accept a source, a creator, and understand the roots of a hierarchy of God, Goddess, all that is. From there, each one, Buddhist, Hindu, metaphysician, Christian, New Ager, spiritualist, all may have different beliefs. Yet think of those. If you line up those and they are dressed in accordance to their spiritual tradition, a Hindu, a Jew, a Christian, a New Ager, a Muslim. And imagine one of each is lined up, and they're all dressed in clothes that reflect their spiritual or religious traditions. Those are beautiful differences. Let those differences draw you together. Embrace all, realizing this one activity. Each one may believe differently, yet let not the beliefs of all those who are trying to favor God, let not the very different beliefs between a Jew, a Muslim, a Christian, a metaphysician, let not the beliefs separate you. Find the commonology, that all share the core, the root of creation itself. It is in celebrating the differences, it is here in the future, that all of you not only take care of your own, take care of your Rose family, yet also be of great respect and honoring and peace in your heart towards others of different spiritual paths or religious paths, knowing that your commonality with them is the core, the source of beingness, knowing that all come from God's source. Let not the different beliefs that a Jew, a metaphysician, a Christian might have separate you. Rather, celebrate and honor. It is in this way, because, precious hearts, if you hear the words of Jesus Christ, his words, the horror that is coming. Let me try to explain. Sometimes it can take years before one state of mind, one state of heart externalizes as experiences in the outer world. Historically, the vibration of cause and effect has been very slow upon this planet. Over the centuries and thousands of years, there has been a buildup of aggression and hate and aggressive actions between peoples, between nations. And now, it will help you if you understand that in this incoming seventh golden age, all that energy that has been building up, oh sure, here and there, where people have forgiven and atoned and repented, they have cleared that energy. But the mass energy has not been cleared of hate, of evil, of aggressive actions in the world. And for this seventh golden age to move forward, that energy must now be spent. In other words, now it will externalize. It will materialize in the lives of the bullies and the lives of those who act aggressive to the bullies, to the bullies, to the bullies. Who are the bullies? They are the global elite. They are those who are seeking every opportunity to take advantage of something in the world. Oh, beloved hearts, the virus is real. Sure, there's lots of questions around it. We now know And we can say a little bit more, because the intelligence agencies of the world know clearly that this virus came from the labs in Wuhan, China. What is also known, yet the intelligence agencies that are ruled by their government nations have not felt it is time to announce to the world, or they are being forced not to announce to the world, whether it was accidental, whether it was deliberate, whether it was man-made, whether it is organic. We now know, yet again, as I have said, we cannot get ahead of the people of earth. Only as the people of earth will that the truth be revealed. And then there are those individuals who are brave enough to announce, then we can come in, and then we can speak more of it. Over and over again, we have said we cannot go beyond the free will of the people. Whether it's their desire to know the truth, we wait. And so, there is much information in the world. Is it so? The virus is real. Are there opportunists? Are there what you understand? You understand today the term of the world elites. Some of you follow various news reports, alternative news reports, reports of world elites becoming technocrats, working on bringing forth through the age of science, i.e., a new world of robotics and transhumanism, meaning the very organics of humans' bodies are scientifically changed. So these things are there. They're out there, and there is enough evidence. And so are there those who control in this world, and under that label that we understand, the global elite, who may see the virus as an opportunity? Absolutely yes. Now Jesus, in his letters, The Truth of Existence, he calls these ones the bullies. And he makes it very clear in his letters that they have no idea what is coming to them because of their aggressive actions, their evil and selfish thoughts. What is coming unto them is such tribulation that you might even be tempted to call upon the law of forgiveness for them. Forgiveness does not exclude repentance and atonement. Forgiveness and repentance can be an individual and a national action. Atonement means, what are you going to do about it? Will the greedy materialists, whose only motive of existence is profit. Profit is fine, but when it becomes a motive of existence itself, crumbles empires. And these global elites, Jesus makes it clear, he calls them the bullies. The tribulation has started. And what will come at them will be part of the tremendous horror show. But when I say to all of you, it's time to be the sheep. Hold your peace. Build your harmony. Let not the world know your states of illumination, nor let the world know your states of ignorance, meaning knowledge you have not yet gained and lived. And don't get pulled in to the horror, Jesus' words, that you will see unfolding out in the world. The vast majority will. The vast majority of the people of the earth will get pulled in. Jesus refers to them as the goats. They will have rebellious spirit. They will feel just cause in themselves to rebel, to protest, to riot. You see, this is why the beloved Jesus so desired to teach the truth of existence. Many, as the horror gets worse in the world, many will say this is the hand of God in action. You see, precious hearts, when I say to you, and Jesus says to you, that the greatest obstacle, and for most of you, you have overcome it already. Yet you must be wise and know that the greatest obstacle the people of earth yet face, and where they're not open and receptive to the help they could be getting, is their belief in a judgmental God. But you've got to take this further and realize it's that belief. Remember the golden rule now. Everything you hold in your mind, everything you hold in your heart, and it does not matter if you speak it out. Just thinking it is sufficient. Everything you hold in your mind, everything you hold in your heart must externalize, materialize, manifest in your life. These are the natural laws of existence, not a judgmental God, rather the laws of sowing and reaping. They are the human nature that life invites people to grow up and out of. They are the dueling impulses of giving and taking, attracting and repelling. And within the attributes of the universal consciousness, the first attribute is growth. To grow out, up and out of these impulses. And so it is, beloved hearts, to realize, I desire to keep you safe. Jesus makes it clear that he longs, he says he longs to rescue the sheep, and states clearly in his letters, you will be safe, you will be protected, you will be watched over by the Good Shepherd. And whether I am your Good Shepherd, or Saint Germain is your Good Shepherd, or Jesus Christ is your Good Shepherd, you will be watched over, you will be fed, you will be protected, but you must hold your peace. Hold your harmony. Think not one unkind thought to any condition or any person, but rather rise to the awareness now. Rise to the awareness now. Be brave. Ask the question. Are there desires that I have had in my life that have not been fulfilled? Go ahead. Ask the question inside. And know ye now the truth. Life, the universe, individualized consciousness, the Father consciousness, will not fulfill your desires as long as you are breaking the laws of existence. As long as you send out any one single unkind thought. Words, of course, actions to anything and anyone. That is energy you have qualified, you have produced. It goes out, it's there in the world. The universal consciousness knows everything that is existing. There's no hand of God that says, oh, you just said or did something bad, I must punish you. No, it's your own thoughts. It's what's in your mind. It's what's in your heart that you are thinking, that you are sending forth. It's all energy, living, live energy. And the first thing that unkind, unloving thoughts, emotions, acts of aggression, the very first thing, even before it comes back and whacks you on the head, the very first thing it does is it acts as a resistance to all that you may desire in your life. Desire is a wonderful gift. Desire and love what you will desire. And let your life and the universal consciousness fulfill all your desires. It is not for I. It's not for Jesus. It is not for Saint Germain, any of us, to choose to select your desires, to tell you, desire this, don't desire that. That is not our place. As you are natural with yourself and return your values, your reason for being, existence, and purpose back to the intrinsic, embedded values of peace and harmony and harmlessness to all life, then go and desire. Desire to love. Desire to be loved. Wonderful. It's the negative, precious hearts. It's the unkindness. Humanity has built up over centuries of time such lower vibrational energies due to evil thoughts. What is an evil thought? Jesus uses that word a lot. Well, it may be obvious, yet even an unkind thought, a negative thought, all of it, you are a living being of creation. All of it collects in your brain and transmits out from you. And if it is not the highest loving positive frequency, becomes substance that builds and keeps the human brain from being sensitive and open to receive the highest impulses of light. You will hear much more about this, as I have a great mission to assist each of you, to make sure that you have the divine assistance to make sure that you are creating your world and your home and your life and all the places that you interact, that your personal inner world energy is one of peace and harmony and a constant pursuit of spiritual upliftment. That those are the sheep, those who will hold themselves in peace and harmony, those who will not allow an emotional charge by the things that are going on in the world. Precious hearts, think not me kind when I say to you, if you are getting emotionally charged with the things that are going out in the world, whatever they may be, the viruses, politics, and if you are allowing yourself to become so emotionally charged and you feel that you must take to the streets and protest, if that is your conviction, then go and do that. But it would be best that you leave your spiritual path first. This is a time to understand Jesus' stories, his parables, to be the sheep that take care of themselves, that consider the environment, and not the goats that just have a rebellious spirit, are ego-driven, and will tear up everything. You see, a great horror is coming upon the global elite, but it will come upon those who resist them as well. Because those are states of consciousness that are acting out, cause and effect, cause and effect. And so now, we have a good start to the morning. Now, beloved hearts, a wonderful announcement to help your brain function, to receive greater impulses of light, to bring you to the day that you might hear in your meditations the voice of the Father Consciousness. As part of the seventh golden age, where divine assistance is allowed, has now come the activation of the seventh dimensional rays. They are now entering into the lower atmosphere of the people. All will receive it, yet only those who dedicate to spiritual growth and upliftment and consciously and deliberately open to receive will receive the full intensity. In other words, as much as the full intensity of 7 minutes allows. I explained in the broadcast yesterday a daily 7-minute protocol to receive once a day, sometime between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. Perhaps not longer. We don't wish to wake your brain up too much before sleep time. And as much of you will be tempted, oh, let me do it 2-3 times a day. No. This must be measured. The seventh dimensional ray has intelligence within it, and once a day for 7 minutes. So I leave you now, as we now enter into our protocol. Let us enter into that space, of receiving our 7 minutes, the seventh dimensional ray, that frequency and vibration. And remember, just the way that there can be harmful energies, such as cell phone energies, that can penetrate the physical substance of your body. In the same way, beloved hearts, in the same mechanical way, these seventh dimensional frequencies can enter your brain and substance of your body. They are light. They are love. They are God's purifying flame. Let us, as I now say namaste to each of you, to each of you, to each of you, let us enter into our 7 sacred minutes of receiving the seventh dimensional ray. During the 7 minutes, breathe evenly, find a rhythm of moving your attention from the pituitary gland to the pineal, from the forehead to the top of the head, back and forth, just resting your attention at each place for a few moments. Find a rhythm that is comfortable for you. As you internally now welcome directly into your brain and physical body the seventh dimensional ray, frequency and vibration, with gratitude in our hearts.
To be or not to be? That is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles and by opposing end them. To die, to sleep, no more. And by sleep to say we end the heartache and the 1,000 natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished, to die, to sleep perchance to dream, aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the pangs of disprized love, the law's delay, the insolence of office, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, when he himself might his quietus make with a bare bodkin? Who would fardels bear to grunt and sweat under a weary life, but that the dread of something after death, the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveller returns, puzzles the will, and makes us rather bear those ills we have than fly to others that we know not of. Thus, conscience does make cowards of us all, and thus the native hue of resolution is sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought, and enterprises of great pitch and moment with this regard, their currents turn awry and lose the name of action.
And a happy new year to all of you, beloved roses, violets, and lilies. It is I, the Master Saint Germain, that greet you through your messenger, Excalibur. I am thrilled to see that beloved Mother Akasha, with the presence of the Christ, has now opened the way for the violet ray from the seventh dimension to now be projected directly into your consciousness, but most importantly and significantly into the brain structure of the physical body, to open the way for the higher frequencies and vibrations of the tree of life consciousness, our ascended master's consciousness, to enter into the substance of your mental body and brain structure, to restore perfect balance and equilibrium between the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere, as you commonly say, left brain and right brain, to allow you to enter into future moments and experiences where you can absolutely, perfectly, effortlessly, and gracefully multitask through your physical embodiment and do with the left side of your body and the right side of your body at the same exact time, two entirely different things. That you can actually consciously think at the same time using the left brain and the right brain, yet for totally different purposes. And at the same time, take it into your hands, what you call pens in my day is Shakespeare quills. Left hand, right hand have two quills, two pens, and write side by side, in 2 different languages, 2 different poems, at the same time, without making a mistake, without any error whatsoever upon the parchment, upon the paper. Does this not thrill you? That you yourselves will become naturally poets, naturally become writers, for there will be that which comes forth through each of you, the attainment of your higher Christ self, the attainment because it comes at the same time, your former embodiments, all the memories, in which then you yourself as the Christ can write about those embodiments. The cosmic law now grants you full leave and permission to access those former lifetimes and write about them for the upliftment of the rest of humankind. Because it has been said unto you, and it is true what has been told you, there are many different paths that lead to the top of the mountain. There are many different journeys, adventures, and explorations that every individualized flame of the Heavenly Father and Mother can take to gain their ultimate freedom in the ascension over all human creation. There will be those that come now in these great days of awakening throughout the masses of the people around the world who will require to read your stories. Of course, most valuable unto us is that they see visibly, tangibly, the transformation, the transmutation, the transfiguration, and the metamorphosis that is unfolding within each of your lives through all your various means of application, spiritual application that have been given unto you to fulfill your divine plan, to fulfill your destiny. They must see this, and they must hear this being spoken through you by your own Christ self. As it is said of that mighty God presence, thou needest not take thought for thine own life. Thou needest not take thought for what thou wilt say, for that Christ's presence has an answer every single moment for every single question that comes its way. Not only that, beloved ones, what we seek you to feel in the opening days of this new year of 2021 is that you know with absolute certainty in your feeling side of life that your own I am presence and higher mental body, which are wholly ascended and free, do not experience or take on any of the duality consciousness you experience. That higher mental body and I am presence, along with your ascended master sponsor, along with your guardian angel, desire you to feel as quickly as possible as you see the turmoil begin to increase in the outer world, that you know with absolute certainty you are safe wherever your life is going to take you. No matter where you are in any given moment, you have the absolute certain feeling, victory's victory, his cosmic feeling, my cosmic feeling, Akasha's cosmic feeling. every ascended masters and cosmic beings, angels and elementals feeling, the powers of nature and the forces of the elements feeling that you are safe and secure, that you are protected and guarded at all times, and no harm will be permitted to come unto its physical embodiment. Understand this, comprehend this, and know this to be an eternal truth of the eternal laws of life, of love, of peace, of harmony, that defends, that protects, that safeguards its own. Because you will see what the world calls accidents, and many times not so-called accidents, but the world likes to think there are accidents and calls certain situations and circumstances that take place and unfold in this world as accidents. Yet you, being students of life, studying the tree of life consciousness, know now that there are no such things as accidents. All is the fulfillment of the laws of life, the laws of karma, the law of cause and effect. Now in the outer world, to the masses, they do not know of these greater laws, and so it is rightful for them to call it an accident, because that's all that they can surmise in their state of consciousness. That's what it is to them. But behind the scenes are the invisible forces of energy and vibration acting to cause these certain effects. Will people be deliberately shot, bombed, blown up, injured in the outer world? Yes. Will they be accidentally shot, bombed, blown up, injured in the outer world? Yes. This is what you call or say in the outer world as being in the wrong place at the wrong time, with the wrong individuals or groups of individuals. You yourselves, I am stressing here today, will not have to take any consideration for that. You have my violet flame, you have my violet ray, and my violet flame and my violet ray have each and every one of you. It is projected in, through, and around you, and it holds you safe and secure at all times. Not only that, my violet ray, my violet flame, all throughout this year and all years to come, because of your growth and expansion, because of your evolution, you are now in a perfect place where I can command my violet ray and flame. By my conscious command, my great command to life, that violet ray and violet flame, as it continues to build its cosmic concentration in, through, and around you, as it receives more of your acknowledgement, acceptance, and invitation, that violet ray and flame will now cause all energy that comes into your atmosphere, into your midst, to be automatically transmuted and raised into qualities of divine light and love. That's capital L light and capital L love. So we just go forward, building and building the radiation, causing you to become a violet sun's presence of all of my qualities, all of my gifts and blessings to life. So nothing of the outer world that is charged with duality consciousness can ever again affect you. Beloved roses, beloved violets, beloved lilies. Just open and receive, and I, Saint Germain, will take care of the rest for you. It is my desire. It is my twin ray's desire, the goddess of justice, who is none other than the ascended master elect for this entire year of 2021. It is mine, it is hers, great desire that each of you will pass through this year and into all that are to come as though you were out for a beautiful walk in a park. It can be that easy, dear hearts, as Mother Akasha opened this morning with the power of your thought, the power of your feeling, the power of your spoken word, and the power of your actions. You are now reaching a new precipice where your own higher discerning intelligence will assist every one of you to become so consciously aware of every thought, every image that is in your mind, every emotion, feeling that is in your feeling body. And your vocabulary, your usage of words will shift dramatically, because life is giving you so much more quickly now than it has in the past, because time and space is shifting within the consciousness of all humankind. You will be reaping what you are sowing. You will be experiencing the effects of your causes so much more quickly than you have in the past. And obviously, it will be the desire of your heart that you are experiencing, reaping, and having the effects of sowing seeds and causes that are fulfilling the divine laws of life, where you are pouring forth compassion, forgiveness, mercy, flames, vibrations of redemption, of resurrection, of ascension into the atmosphere, into the mental and feeling world of all humankind, into the creatures of this planet, into the powers of nature and the forces of the elements, into the atmosphere of the earth, across the surface of the planet, into the structure of the planet, and the universal light substance that is all around us every moment of our existence will do everything to respond as the impersonal I am, as the responding consciousness, responding energy, responding substance, reflect unto you all of those greater qualities, vibrations, and frequencies of life you are emitting, you are emanating, you are blazing forth into this world. Now, I will cause you, perhaps by the beginning of next week, or by the end, all depends upon how long you want to take in opening to receive my charge, my electrification, and I'll be calling upon the Ascended Master Youth to be giving you a good God shocking of enthusiasm, because enthusiasm sets alight in you the sacred fires of purification. Enthusiasm will take you through the storms of this world as though you are walking in a park. By yourself, with myself, with the goddess of justice, with the goddess of charity, with any of the goddesses. Heaven Almighty, you could even be walking in the park with the Heavenly Father or the Heavenly Mother, himself or herself. You are the sons and daughters of the infinite I Am presence in the great central sun. You are about to arise up and out of all singular consciousness, all duality consciousness you have been experiencing in singular consciousness, being an entity, an island unto thine own self, experiencing separation, segregation from your Heavenly Father and Mother and your own divine I Am presence. Entertaining duality consciousness, where you have been experiencing powers that are good, powers that are evil, when in truth, I told you, there is nothing either good or bad except thinking makes it so. What are you going to do as we raise you into the Holy Trinity consciousness, where you experience Trinitization, restored to your absolute oneness with the Heavenly Father and the Heavenly Mother and the Holy restored Son or daughter of life that you are? And we form a perfect triangle. And you have perfect light, perfect love, perfect sacred fire, ever present, ever active. And your mind is now made anew by the return of the Holy Spirit, pushing out all duality consciousness. What will you do with yourselves when you can only use your mind to think good and constructive thoughts? Hold images, geometries, pictures, mathematics of absolute precision, absolute perfect accuracy. All things are made whole and new again. And your physical bodies, what divine proportions they will outpicture as the mental body is filled with the substance from the ascended Master's octaves of light. Our cosmic light substance that cannot be requalified or changed. And your hearts are opened, and your feeling side of life is opened to the Shekinah or Shekinah universes of the Heavenly Mother's presence. And divine love, the Holy Spirit, the soul, divine will, divine grace is filling every space and place of your feeling side of life, nourishing and caressing every cell, every organ, every bone of your physical body. Love, 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 and only love. And love that is completely recognized by you. Yeah, at first it seems to be a foreign love because you have forgotten its existence for so long. But she, her love, the Mother's presence, the Shekinah universes, the Holy Shekinah universe, will help you to know her, to remember her, oh, so quickly. And that everlasting love, that is the waters of creation, that is the waters of life in which the Master Jesus, my son, as I was his father, Joseph, spoke unto you, whosoever drinketh of these waters shall not perish, but have life everlasting. You are about to sup, to drink of these waters, which you have been thirsting for, beloved roses, violets, and lilies. Lilies, lilies, lilies. Your lives will change so rapidly, so dramatically. It is not incorrect to say, as Mother Akasha has said unto you, you will not recognize yourselves. This is not your true self we speak of. This is the self you have been dreaming yourself to be. This is the self you have been imagining yourself to be. This is the self that the world, through the power of suggestion, has caused you to be. You will not recognize that old self, that little self, any longer. But you will, mark my words, be compelled to recognize the true self, the emerging essential self that comes forth from the center of your consciousness into this world's everyday activities. That the untouchables have arrived. The untouchables are here. The untouchables are changing this world right now, this instant, and forever. Let me remind you, when a son came to you, roughly a decade or so ago, and he made it very clear that before a thing, a person, an activity, can come into your world, your so-called physical reality, into physical form, into materialization, it must first enter your consciousness. Now, duality has been entering and saturating your consciousness for millions of years. So let's be easy on ourselves. Let's be gentle on ourselves. Let's be compassionate with ourselves, recognizing that we do not even know ourselves, the pressures and forces that are playing upon us, that are acting upon us, that we deal with every day and night in this third dimension. Let us be more loving and kind unto ourselves. Things happen in this world. Because they happen, does that then therefore give me the attitude or the idea to be harder on myself? To be a force acting against myself? Do I desire to open the door and become one with that which is putting unnecessary pressure upon me? Or do I desire to turn within, rise above, open to the greater power and powers of life, and act as they act, think as they think, feel as they feel, speak as they speak? Let the realization lead to demonstration and actualization in your lives in this holy instant. Beloved roses, beloved violets, beloved lilies, I, Saint Germain, say unto you, there is no God or goddess, there is no deity, there is no entity, there is no being, there is no source, there is no force that is judging you, that is criticizing you, that is condemning you, that is gossiping about you, that is blaming you for the fall from grace. No being, no force, no activity. The sooner I and my twin ray, the goddess of justice, can restore divine balance and equilibrium within your consciousness, your entire multi-body system kingdom, then can we draw you into a state of conscious awareness where you will now become a violet sun's presence of the forces of pressure which we desire to activate through every one of you into the consciousness of this world, into the consciousness of the masses of the people, that I and my twin ray, with the one mighty stroke of the violet flame, can take from them the pressure of guilt and shame they have had forced upon them through the religions of the world, that they can awaken to the realization which I have gifted you, that they can have the demonstration and enter into the actualization of the truth I and others but that I is the capital I. I do not just speak of myself as an individual being, that the capital I, in the midst of every one of you, has revealed unto you. Revelation. With that revelation comes illumination. With that illumination comes enlightenment. With that enlightenment comes eternal wisdom, ever present, ever active, forever giving of itself unto the rest of life it contacts, and naught in the world can prevent that eternal wisdom from fulfilling itself through all those who have the faith, who carry the faith, who demonstrate the faith, that faith remarkable in a power, a presence, an intelligence that is far greater and far beyond any of the seeming power and powers of duality in this world. Remember and do not forget. This saying comes directly from your own I Am Presence, which delivers it directly from the Heavenly Father and Mother in the Great Central Sun, to all of their children throughout the entire universe. I am the first. I am the last. Yeah, and beside me, there is none. I am the Alpha, and I am the Omega. Yeah, and beside me, there is none. Thou shalt have no other gods, goddesses, deities, entities, forces before me. I am the only one. The many, which is all of you, the 10 billion of the I Am race, the many in the one, and the one in the many, right here in your hearts. As you lean upon your hearts, the mighty unfed flame, as you commune with your hearts, as you listen to your hearts, that heart, my dear hearts, is always speaking to you. Every moment of every lifetime, every embodiment you have ever had, that heart is speaking unto you and desires you to become all that it is. As one unleashes the full potential of the unfed flame in the heart, the original permanent atom Cadman cell, the super electron, as one unlocks the full potential of that mighty unfed flame, it automatically goes to work to cause, to leave the physical body all that is not in alignment to its own original divine blueprint, vibration, frequency, and of course, mastery. That unfed flame is the infinite potential of the I Am Presence above you, in the physical sun, in the great central sun, at the center of every planet. That unfed flame is everything. That unfed flame is the great central sun magnet's presence that draws unto you all that you desire and require. And do you realize now that the great central sun magnet's presence is in perfect correspondence to the power of your attention? Your attention is the great central sun magnet's presence that is one with the unfed flame in your heart. What you are placing your attention upon, and I will never stop saying this, you become. Where you place your attention, there you are. And where your attention goes, your energy, your life force flows. you will find we shall pause more throughout this year, because in those pausations, there are inner causations happening at the inner level that will bring mighty effects into your lives. In the physical world, in the material realm. Now, as I spoke of the power of attention here, Mother Akasha, in her opening Tree of Life class, huge encouragement here, dear hearts, huge encouragement that you are about to embark on a journey, on a path where you do not have to wait to shed this mortal coil and experience out of physical body experiences. She spoke of having multi-dimensional experiences. This can come in your violet soul body. This can happen in your light body. This can happen in the white fire body, which is your higher mental body. There are many bodies, but the entire purpose of what I am sharing here is that you are about to experience what is one of my great gifts to the universe, and especially here to planet Earth, throughout this 70,000 years of my journey coming to planet Earth from the constellation Boötes and the sun Arcturus. And that is the open-ended cross of eternal freedom. That you are about to have your consciousness restored to the knowingness that our universe is an open-ended universe. It is not a closed universe. As soon as you believed in your fall from grace, in your dream, that you were separate and apart from God, Goddess, all that is, you began a life or an experience. You began in that moment to create an experience in this third dimension where life had beginning and end. That there is the wheel of birth and death, being born, growing up, and dying. And not only that, what is so horrendous in that dream, that time-space limitation that you created, is you believe that was all there was. Born, dying, done. Nothing before, nothing after. Now you can see the insanity of that idea, of that belief, and embracing it, accepting it, taking it on wholly into your consciousness and life in all its love, mercy, and forgiveness, and all its veils allowed you to have that experience. Now you are coming out of it. You will now, as I depart, be enfolded in my open-ended cross of eternal freedom. I have worked through an artist and given that in my dispensation the I am activity. I have already delivered that image into this world through that artist. Now you will have that come with the open-ended cross of eternal freedom, 7 violet flame angels of eternal freedom. Each of them will be with you, dear hearts. Why 7? I am upon the 7th ray. And 7, why not? I think you can use all 7. And if I see there is requirement, I will times that 7 by 7 and send you 49. And if there is need for more in the future, be assured you will have them. In our realm, our heart realm of eternal sacred fire love, there are no limitations. There is not having too much. There is not having too little. Life always provides the perfect amount of anything and everything that is required for the now moment. You are now living much more consciously in the now moment. And as you do so, life will cause you to fully discover that all true power exists in the now moment, right here, right now. It's not yesterday, it's not tomorrow, it's right here, right now. And each of you will make the greatest changes in your lives as you live in the now moment and embrace the fullness of the power that is revealed in the now moment. I am Saint Germain. I have much more to share, and our future is very bright. Our future, myself and thou, shall blaze the light so bright that no shadows may enter, and of course, no shadow ever again will go out from you. You will be just like the sun's presence unto all life you contact. I have much to do with this messenger. I have much to do with all of you in my writings as William Shakespeare, in my writings as Francis Bacon, in my writings as Henry Neville, in my writings as many of the different characters which I played at that time because of my role and being my last few moments upon the earth before my freedom in the ascension. The great divine director offered me many dispensations in which there was no limit to how many physical bodies I could have working at that time on the earth, and myself consciously directing every one of them. Every one of them, their left brain and their right brain. You desire to get things done. You desire to have cooperation at all times. You make divine replications of yourself. Then you will always be in agreement with yourself. And whatever one of yourselves, of the many selves, desires, will always be in perfect alignment to what the one divine self desires. And all will willingly agree to fulfill whatever is the quest at hand. I am Saint Germain, and I enfold you all in the eternal love of my violet heart flame of infinite freedom. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. God bless the people of the United States of America, the heart of the world. And God bless the entire globe itself as well. That was one of the names of my theaters, my stages. And now it is, as we have entered into the seventh golden crystal permanent age, the entire globe becomes your world stage. And I am not speaking metaphorically. I am speaking seriously. It is your world stage. It is just for you to fully embrace it, realize it, begin to experience the demonstrations and actualizations of it. And once you do, nothing again can cover that over or take that feeling and knowing away from you. The powers of nature and the forces of the elements desire to bless you richly. I encourage you, I prompt you this moment. Talk to your presence. Commune within, commune above. Commune with the Lord, the Mahachohan, Helios, Aries, Neptune, Virgo, Pulir, and many others. Say, I desire to come into alignment with what you desire for me. Make my will your will. And see for yourselves what Mother Nature and all the beings that govern, control, and direct her will do for you. As you have made the calls, given the decrees, put in the time, the energy, the effort. Life is just awaiting you to come into alignment to bless you with all of its gifts, its miracles, and its manifestations of perfection's flame. I bid thee adieu. Beloved mighty Saint Germain, we are so grateful for your presence with us these opening days of the year 2021. We invite the infinite I Am Presence to bless you for eternity, for your service to humankind, for your infinite patience, for your continuous outpouring of your cosmic love and encouragement. And we ask the great divine director to give thee even more new dispensations that allows you to come closer and fulfill the divine plan you have been embarking upon for the past 70,000 years, and bring it forth into full outer fruition right here, right now, this instant and forever. We thank thee with all the love of our hearts, and hold that sacred stillness and silence as we listen to a song from our beloved Isaiah ben Emmanuel. And may we continue to receive the outpouring of your violet ray, your violet flame, and all those many violet flames you anchored in the Christmas with the Masters weekend into all the major organs of our physical body, and feel the descent and the anchorage of the open-ended cross of eternal freedom and the 7 angels of violet flame freedom that come with that open-ended cross. We are so grateful and so blessed. 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 We are now about to be greeted by the beloved Goddess of Charity, also known as the beloved Goddess of Joy. May we take this moment to send the love of our hearts through our beloved I Am Presence to beloved Goddess Joy and her angels of joy and charity as they come to be with us this day. May we open our consciousness to receive the outpouring of their Ascended Master consciousness of happiness, of joy, of charity, flooding every space and place of our consciousness being and world, opening the way for endless joy and charity and happiness to become ever present and ever active in our lives. We welcome thee, beloved Goddess Charity. Greetings, beloved Magdalene Roses of Mother Akasha's family. It is I, Charity, the goddess of joy, that am with you in these opening days of this new year 2021 through your messenger Excalibur. Before I begin discoursing unto you all that my heart desires you to receive this day, I would like it, I would appreciate it, if all of you could take a few precious moments and be charitable in your thoughts, in your feelings, in your words, and in your animation through your physical embodiment this moment, to acknowledge your own great God presence that abides within at the center of your consciousness, that you might acknowledge your own higher mental body and acknowledge the electronic body of the mighty I Am presence. Feel in this moment all three of these mighty bodies of life immortal, life eternal, life invulnerable, life infallible, life everlasting, and life irrefutable. Acknowledge in charitable thoughts, feelings, words, and animations through your physical embodiment these three greater bodies, these three greater aspects of your own identity, your own life, your own existence. For without the mighty I Am presence, without the higher mental body, without the grand cosmic being within at the center of your consciousness, you yourself in this third dimensional reality, in this physical embodiment, a being of consciousness would not exist. Now, as you do this, and I begin to enter into my discourse, I am in the fullness of all that I am, with all of my love, with all of my charity, and with all of my joy. I am going to use the great central sun's magnet's presence and draw into your consciousness, draw in, through, and around you, and then project out in all directions from you the fullness of my ascended master feeling of love, of charity, and joy in you, through you, and out from you. You can do everything in your power as a free-willed individual of the mighty I Am to deny, to reject, to resist my gift, my blessing unto you this day. And do so with all your might, with all your mind, with all your feeling. Do it, try me out, test me out. I am negging you on, as you say in your world. I am egging you on, as they say in your world. I am deliberately, consciously enticing you to try your very bestest, to deny, to defy, to resist the projection, the outpouring of my love, charity, and joy into your lives. I will respect your free will for slightly a moment. And then we will have no more of that human nonsense. Because the great cosmic law demands of me this day, through your I am presence, your higher mental body, and the grand cosmic being within you at the center of your consciousness, that the gateway, the doorway, be made open unto you today, that you may have all the golden opportunities to receive and become a cosmic sun's presence of the outpouring of my love, charity, and joy to all energy, substance, life in this third dimension of planet Earth. The time has arrived. The moment has come in which I am given greater power and authority to act in the lives of all of those held under, within, upon the rose-pink ray of Mother Akasha. Are you, beloved Magdalene Roses, ready to receive such outpourings, such influxes of love, charity, and joy in your lives, the likes of which, up to this now moment, you never dreamt were possible, you never knew could be actually experienced in the third dimension, that in the past you had the idea that such love, charity, and joy could only be reserved and experienced for those in the fifth dimension or greater. Today, I have the power, I have the authority, and I have the great command from the cosmic law to open, as you would say, the heavens, and let it rain down upon you love, charity, and joy. Charged with my ascended master radiation, with my vibration, with my frequency, and that of all my angels of love, charity, and joy. I will do everything in my power that you will have those three words ringing through your ears, appearing in your thoughts, manifesting in your feelings, expressing, animating through your physical bodies from this discourse onwards throughout this entire year, 2021 and beyond. Love, charity, and joy will appear out of nowhere. Love, charity, and joy will cause itself to come into your awareness, where in the moment before there was an absence of love, charity, and joy. You have done well for yourselves in this third dimension to lack the qualities, the blessings, and the activities of love, joy, and charity. You have truly mastered this art of lack and limitation. You have truly mastered the art of opening the way for suffering. You have mastered these various arts which lead to avenues of human density, human creation, and human, we simply love to say, nonsense. Because the grand cosmic being within, the higher mental body and I am presence above, never experience any of that lack or limitation you have manifested in your own lives. Today, we are ending that. Today, that stops. For those who say yes to me, you do not have to trod this path any further ahead, lacking these great qualities of life, which already, may I remind you, are inherent within you, within all creation. But they have been covered over and completely forgotten within the consciousness of the people of this world. 1, 2, 3. Love, charity, and joy will take its dominion in me, through me, and as me. 1, 2, 3. I, the goddess of charity, will open the way for you to be and no longer not to be. The actuality of my qualities and blessings of love, charity, and joy in this world. If your head starts to hurt, if your emotional body, feeling side of life starts to hurt, if your physical body begins to hurt, let me come along right now and whisper into your ear, it's not my love, it's not my charity, it's not my joy that's causing these aches and pains in your multi-body system. It's the old human resistance that does not want my love, charity, and joy ever present and ever active in your entire multi-body kingdom. What takes away the seeming aches and pains, seeming temporal aches and pains? The sacred fire, the violet consuming flame, and any other activity, the spiral blue flame, the rose pink flames of love, will, and grace, of Akasha's presence, of Goddess Rose's presence, of beloved Mother Mary's presence, Mother Meta's, Goddess of Venus, beloved Jupiter queens, the immortals, the Arceus, the golden avatars, and all the goddesses, of course, as well. There will be moments where there is some seeming ache or pain because your physical body is trying to adjust what the mental and feeling body are receiving, which are of fifth dimensional frequencies. This comes in perfect timing and perfect alignment with all of you beginning to receive from the seventh dimension the violet ray into your brain structure, into your consciousness. I will do everything in my power. It all depends upon how much you are willing to cooperate and willing to let go of and give up the last of your human duality, human density, human creation. I will do everything in my power with my angels to see to it that there is as little pain or discomfort as is possible. Now, let me be very clear, there will not be any excruciating pain. aching, hurting, or any of that in that field of consciousness happening in your physical body, but there will be moments where you feel some pressure that is not comfortable. It is actually very uncomfortable pressure that is happening in your physical body. Even the dogs are barking right now. The dogs in this world, let them bark, for they are all bark and no bite. They cannot touch me, and they cannot touch you, you untouchables. Now, as I desire you to feel it this moment, exactly as the Master Saint Germain did everything in his power to assist you this morning to feel that you are always safe and secure no matter where you are in this world. It is my desire for you to feel and know this day that whatever pain comes in your physical body as it adapts to the new frequencies, new vibrations that it has not been formerly accustomed to of my love, charity, and joy, that you will know with all your mind, heart, and soul, and will, that it is temporal, and that it too shall pass, and it shall pass very quickly, very rapidly. Your bodies are shape-shifting. They are adjusting. They are changing with the changes that are taking place in your consciousness. Consciousness containing mental body, emotional feeling body, and obviously your physical body as well. How quickly you feel, and it is all about feeling. You can think it all day long, but you are not going to experience it tangibly until you feel it. I have no issue. I have no problem feeling it, and I have no issue or problem causing you to feel it, my love, charity, and joy. Where we have the issue or the problem or the blockage is in your cooperation, in your ability to show up and open up as a flower turns and faces the sun to open its petals to receive its cosmic light substance. So too do I desire you each day going forward, and even if it's only for 30 seconds, for a minute, or if it's less than 30 seconds, as long as you are consciously turning, acknowledging the grand cosmic being within, your higher mental body, and your I am presence, then myself, Goddess Charity, beloved joy, fill me, charge me with your love, charity, and joy. Fill me full to overflowing. See to it that I have more than enough love, charity, and joy to move through this day with ease and grace, to give unto all those I contact your love, my love, charity, and joy. And you will be able to experiment your own higher discerning intelligence, your own mighty unfed flame within your heart will guide you and direct you to the perfect thoughts, feelings, words, and actions that reflect and demonstrate, or I should say demonstrate and reflect, love, charity, and joy in your experience side of life. I will pause there for a moment and allow you to just navigate in your consciousness upon gentle reflection of the past, where you have experienced moments of love, of charity, of joy. Then I will encourage you and guide you and direct you to imagine, image, vision, future moments where you are experiencing divine love, charity, and joy. I will pause now and allow you to do this. Now let us be very clear, 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 individually as a student of life and collectively as a student body of the Tree of Life teachings and of Mother Akasha's own heart's flame. Let us be very clear that as we move forward from this moment in time, that I, Charity, am with you. That we know within ourselves that when we are in our true love, when we are in our true charity and charitableness, when we are in our true joy, everything else around us comes into perfect alignment, attunement with the fulfillment of the divine plan. And you can use the word balance as well. There are no imbalances. There is no being out of tune, out of sync, out of place. You are right where your life desires you to be. And when you really discover the true power of your attention and the power life has given you to use the power of your attention and re-access divine memories. For I tell you, dear hearts, all your life, since your first breath as a baby girl, baby boy, all the life force that has come from the electronic body of the I Am Presence into that baby body. From that moment, an aspect, a part of you has left the fifth dimension and has come into the third dimension. Now, your ability to use your consciousness consciously is very limited. But nonetheless, from that moment, the first heartbeat, the first breath, in the ethers, what we call the etheric record, is every vibration, every frequency of every thought and picture that has passed through your mental body, every vibration and frequency that has passed through your emotional feeling body, and every vibration and frequency of your life force, of life's energy that has passed through your physical body. It's all recorded in the etheric records. And the true divine plan of your life is recorded in the Akashic records, the future. Now, my desire here, this moment, is for you to move into a place by my activation of love of charity and joy within all of you, that you will move into a great place and space of anticipation and expectation for your life within the grand cosmic being and life above as the higher mental body and the I Am presence, to assist you to discover the infinite potential, the true potential of the true power of your attention. And when life in all its discernment sees that you are ready to look upon, because oh, how forgetful are human beings, and how forgetful you yourselves are sometimes, and how you have had the experience of reading something, of seeing something, of smelling something, of hearing something, of touching and feeling something, and experiencing something or someone or some activity through the senses and faculties, and then a few moments or many moments later completely forget the moment of the experience. When life discerns that you are ready, you will be granted full permission to look into the etheric records, to help you have greater self-evidence and self-proof of the universal laws of life that are always acting, although seemingly invisible, always there, always present, always acting, responding to every individual's consciousness individually and as a whole collectively. And I am not just speaking of the people of Earth, but as a whole collectively, the angels' consciousness, the elemental beings' consciousness, the ascended masters' consciousness, and great cosmic beings' consciousness from other systems of worlds, other systems of galaxies, other universes. It is all interwoven. It is all interconnected through the Flower of Life blueprint. My desire, plain and simple, is to assist you through the activation of love, charity, and joy, to assist you to open the door to your higher discerning intelligence that will notify me and others that you have reached a new found level in vibration and frequency through the use of the power of your attention to maintain and sustain balance and equilibrium and positivity, centropic forces within your multi-body system, that I can come and others may come and assist you to look back into the past and see all the moments your life stream and your life allowed love, charity, and joy to flow through you, unadulterated, unqualified, unbridled, untouched by duality consciousness of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and see in those moments how rewarding, how fulfilling life was in those moments, and to use that former attainment as newfound momentum, and to give new momentum into your life for all future experiences that carry and contain and offer my gods, goddesses, the Heavenly Fathers, mothers, true divine love, charity, and joy in your lives and all life you come in contact with. Those who exalt themselves shall be humbled. Those who humble themselves shall be exalted. What is unfolding in the consciousness, in the third dimension of this world, in this now time-space continuum we have entered into, where the great quickening takes place and unfolds, you will see the great cosmic law and cosmic forces that are acting through the consciousness of life in this world to cause those who desire of their own human selfishness to be exalted. You will see them being humbled by the greater forces of life. And you will see all those ones who rewrit and rearranged and changed the writings, the teachings of the Master Jesus, that the meek and the humble should inherit the earth. Not at all. There will be nothing meek about those who inherit the earth. There will be all of God's strength, God's courage, God's valor, God's bravery, God's chivalry, and every other quality of God, ever present and ever active in their lives. But they will be every moment completely humble. There will be the radiation of humility pouring out from the center of their consciousness. The fiery furnace of the son, daughter of Father, Mother, God, Goddess, all that is, will be radiating in all its diamond shining love, its diamond shining humility and humbleness. No force will ever be able to cause an untouchable Christ being, and I am speaking of destructive forces, discordantly qualified energy and activities in this world. None of them will be able to entice a Christ being. None of them will be able to hoodwink a Christ being. It is impossible to do anything that creates an act of treachery or deceit against a Christ being. As a Christed being, as an untouchable being, and the Holy Spirit alive and active within you, you have all access to super-sensory perception. You have full access to the all-seeing senses and faculties, all hearing, all smelling, all tasting, all knowing senses and faculties of the Godhead. Nothing will happen to you that you yourself are not willing to have happen unto you. Do you feel we are entering into the realm of sovereignty when I speak those words through your messenger? And you hear them, and you feel them, and you allow them to seed themselves, to integrate and assimilate into the freshly tilled gardens and soils and lands of your consciousness? Definitely, they are there. Definitely, they are sprouting. Definitely, they are maturing. Definitely, they will come to blossom and flourish their own sweet fragrances in your own lives. True sovereignty, true scepter of dominion, to command the forces of creation, to manifest all that you, as the individualized flame of Mother, Father, God, desire and require in your lives. Now the last one that we must watch the most, keep a sharp observance upon, a keen eye upon, and always be willing to show up and witness that one that I speak of. You do not need to any longer concern yourselves, worry yourselves, get all worked up yourselves about anyone else outside of you, deceiving you or trying to pull one over you. Those days mostly are completely gone. You've advanced so far. The last one that you must watch the most, and I will phrase it this way, is self-deceit. The last one, it all comes down to you. Not will anyone else deceive me, will anyone else betray me, but will I, what's left of the little I, the little self in my consciousness, that is kicking and screaming and does not want to go, will that one deceive me? Will that one betray me? Now, be with me, stay with me, hold on to me, don't let go, because I am not letting you go. Well, now that beloved Charity reveals this to us, now that the Goddess of Joy is sharing this with us, does that mean that I am going to create consciously or unconsciously, willingly or unwillingly, an experience of self-deceit or self-betrayal or self-treachery? And I can go on because the human has so many pitfalls and snares and traps and ways that it will seek to keep its power from and keep you from experiencing God's power, which you are entitled to by divine birthright, divine inheritance, and spiritual heritage. For all that the Father and Mother hath is mine, and all that the Father and Mother giveth me, I lovingly, charitably, joyfully give unto thee. These words will be spoken through you in future days. They were spoken through Jesus, and all that was true, or as it is said, all that is true of me is true of you also. What I desire you to know right now, if you do have an experiencing coming, or if you begin to experience something that feels to you like self-betrayal, self-deceit, self-treason, or self-treachery, that you stop, you pause, you turn within. I have been doing and using the threefold activity of your grand cosmic being within, your higher mental body, and your I am presence above. You turn to these three aspects of your true self, your greater self, and then you turn to me, and you ask me to come and help you be relieved, be freed from that experience, from those energies, from those ideas, from those thoughts, those emotions, and all that may have entered into the cellular activity of your physical body, cause, effect, record, and memory. And in the next instant, I will replace it with my love, charity, and joy. Once I have you where I want you, once I get you to where I desire you, and that is where we move through that moment. It will come for some. Some will experience what I have just described to you, and for others, there will be no need or requirement of it. Sometimes life streams require certain initiations that help them advance into their greater and truer self. Some will require it, some will not. Do not begin to enter into a activity, well, am I going to require it or am I not going to require it? It will happen if it's meant to happen, and it will not if it's not. But before I do depart, I will say this. If you do not desire to have such an experience as I have described, then you can do what I have just shared with you that you might do when it's occurring, when it's happening. Forewarned is forearmed. I am a great cosmic being. I am prompting you. When an ascended being prompts you, it means let's act immediately on what's being given, what's being offered. Now, since I have said all of that, then if you are wise, and I am hoping, I am praying that you are wise, you will call unto the three greater aspects of yourself and unto me, and I will see to it that we can forego any of those experiences, leap above and beyond them, and set you into a state of beingness, into a state of awareness, into a state of consciousness, where you are the fullness of my love, charity, and joy in your lives. Remember and do not forget, joy is the motor of existence. So I ask you, where's your joy? Where's your charity? And where's your love for yourself, all your brothers and sisters, and the rest of life in this world and beyond? You are a being of consciousness. Consciousness is infinite. Consciousness is eternal. You cannot kill it. It always is. You always are. But you are not always what you truly are. But you are becoming more and more that which you truly are. And soon you will be only that which you truly are. I am Charity, also known as Joy, and I will do all in my power to assist you to live and be the fullness of true love, charity, and joy in your lives. Namaste, namaste, namaste. Beloved Goddess Charity, beloved Joy, we are so grateful for your presence with us these opening moments and days of 2021, and we welcome the fullness of your blazing cosmic heart's flame, feeling of love, charity, and joy, filling every space and place of our consciousness, being, and world. We love you, we bless you, we adore you, and we thank you for your presence with us in this world.
All right, and let's connect with the unfed flame in our heart to offer a wave of love to beloved Kuan Yin. And let us remember, she's always been the goddess of compassion, and a few years ago, beloved Jesus also raised her as the goddess of redemption. Beloved sisters and brothers in Christ, it is I, Kuan Yin. I'm truly grateful to have this opportunity to be with each of you. Today, in working with some of the material expressed by Mother Akasha and some of the intentions of Jesus the Christ, the revelations that he is trying to warn. It is the last warning to the people of earth. There will be no more warnings once this period of warnings is over. And it is not that long. So I wish to compliment what Mother is saying in her words and what she is saying in Jesus' words. For all of you, as you have studied, you have come to realize the necessity to apply your teachings. Spiritual application. And it is through your spiritual application that you begin to embed the teachings. The teachings begin to requalify the substance that you are carrying. And ultimately, in that vital passage that you are just in now, each of you becomes a vital instrument, a conduit, a channel for sources of inspiration to come forth through you. Yet be mindful, precious hearts, be mindful. As long as your brain contains a storehouse of human experiences, which it does, even beliefs you have dismissed, as long as that is there, as long as you have your own opinions and your own stands, even if you opened yourself successfully to be a conduit of some inspiration, at your present evolution, every one of you would color that inspiration, and that would happen automatically from the storehouse of knowledge of your beliefs and experiences that is yet within the brain and also within the cellular activity of your lives, and to some degree, your mind. No student of any school on this world today could claim themselves to be 100% conduit of divine inspiration. That inspiration will always be colored by the person's personal experiences in life, by the large data that is accumulated in the human brain. Data accumulated in the human brain can be like knowledge that is compiled and is in a book on the shelf. Now, when Mother this morning suggests that spiritual awareness is not enough to nullify the seeming powers of the outer world, let me give it to you this way. If all the knowledge that you have received, if you did not take steps to apply that knowledge, your personal spiritual application, that knowledge would just be sitting in your brain, like knowledge that may be put in 400 pages of a book sitting on a shelf, which will do nothing in itself unless that knowledge is absorbed, and it must be absorbed several times to pass the brain barriers into one's consciousness and 3 body systems. So you may have spiritual awareness in what you have studied, yet if you've not entered your spiritual application, and if you have not made sure that a remarkable faith is the underpinning of your spiritual application, for without remarkable faith, any spiritual application will be skewered with doubt. So, beloved hearts, spiritual mindedness is engaging your spiritual application of what you have been taught for years. And today, while decrees are important, they are more important for the powers of nature, except for the fundamental decrees, the pillar of the sacred fire, the expansion of the unfed flames, your own great armor of light, Michael's wall of blue flames, and from the great cosmic beings, the walls of invisibility and invulnerability. These are the forever and ever unto your ascension, the fundamental decrees that must be maintained. All other decrees, really, the only place they are making a substantial, and I use the word qualified, substantial difference, is when you call for life outside of yourself. The powers of nature, the forces of the elements, the oceans, the rivers, the plains, the kingdoms of life. For you, beloved hearts, the path, the journey that you have arrived is my journey. It's the journey that can be so powerful that you can transmute the substance of your body garment and even change the style of your body garment as I myself did. And you know, precious hearts, all of us in the ascended realms, we may have come through different schools, even through different religions. Yet at the right time, we had to set aside some of our different beliefs between groups so that we could pierce the human veil. Yet ascended and free, we are all Christ consciousness. And we are all in the brotherhood of Christ consciousness. And I say it this way because while the world requires some equilibrium amongst the genders, it ought not be the case for you, whose journey is to become God. In the great realms of light, this morning, Jesus Christ met with his beloved brother. Now, who do you think I am speaking of? You will not guess. Muhammad. That is right. That's who he met this morning with. 100% brother in Christ. Muhammad. So that's a statement in itself, is it not? And while Muslims and Christians may argue, as they do, as all peoples in the world do, it is a total brotherhood up there. And we are not gender confused. It has come to me that there are certain people in America that even wish to drop the word Amen because they feel it is gender-based. That it is perhaps the most universal stupidity we have ever heard. Amen has nothing to do with men or gender. This shows the height of arrogance that yet prevails even in the minds of those who are supposedly becoming enlightened. Now, the goddesses, the mothers, we all attend magnificent conferences of the great Brotherhood of Light. We are not so sensitive to your human that we feel we have to change the name of our conferences to Brotherhood and Sisterhood. We do not let your world or your opining affect us. Brotherhood of light. Brotherhood, a union of souls. So here you are still confused around gender. And it's time to end this. That is not to say that there are not great gatherings of sisterhood. And when we ascended sisters gather, the only time there would be an ascended gentleman would be if we chose to invite one. Now, are there male ascended masters who gather with their own for some purpose? Sure. But the great hierarchical name, Brotherhood of Light, is not gender-based. So your illumination around these things is not complete. Not complete, which is why we will continue to teach you. And your illumination cannot ever be complete until your redemption is complete. And your redemption is not complete. Is it possible to be partially redeemed? Absolutely. I trust the Goddess of Justice will teach you the future of the court systems of law. For precious hearts, even in law today, you have horrible myths. An eye for an eye or a head for a head. In other words, punishment for crimes done. Punishment is not a way to a redemption, and it is certainly not an action of atonement. And this year, the Goddess of Justice, she is going to seek to overlight minds in law, that the many will realize, if God does not punish, who are we to punish? Is it time? Is there something better? Is there a way that the people of earth, rather than punishing criminals, can bring forth brilliant ideas in which they can come up, the criminals can be given a choice of actions of atonement? Now, precious, I wish you to be further educated. Therefore, heading redemption, or the power of redemption. Subheading, the power of forgiveness. Umbrella. Under the umbrella, we have alignment, attunement, atonement. Only when all of that comes together is redemption complete. You are redeemed. You are made whole once again. You are made free. And therefore today, I will initiate a sacred alignment, a sacred attunement so that you can go forth from this day and choose what action you will take for atonement. Atonement is an action that one takes themselves. Once alignment with a higher power is in place, attunement to that higher power is in place, opening the way for divine intervention. Then atonement. I cannot do the atonement for you. I can guide you. But first there must have a great desire. And when you think of what Mother Akasha spoke regarding Jesus' warnings, you are in the 11th hour. How quickly will 60 minutes pass in which the great tribulations unfold upon the earth. It is not only making sure that you live in peace and harmony and joy and love and happiness, making sure you have the protection, that you are separated energetically, consciously from the billy goats of the world. But you must have complete all acts of redemption. And it is easier than you realize. Yet first, it takes some enlightenment. And you are somewhat enlightened or sufficiently enlightened. Let us go through the understanding. Redemption sets one free. To initiate the law, the cosmic law of redemption, there must be forgiveness. And forgiveness must be of self and others. And therefore, if there is no willingness to forgive others and their actions, then don't forgive yourself and carry on in your human business. I am Kuan Yin. I am here to inform you that you may make these choices. And I assure you, long ago, I had to make these choices. Every ascended being once lived like a human being, born with the dueling impulses that we all face in human life, seeking to grow out of those human impulses until we are simply beings of light, beings of love. For it is in this place that rather than the dueling impulses, do we have the twin impulses. You know them as light and love. Let me say them differently. Light, the power of purpose. Love, the power of will. Let me say it differently again. Light, loving intelligence. Or the power of purpose. Love, intelligent love, or the power of will. Combined those become powerful forces that allow you to scale the great mountain of life that is before you. And in that scaling, when you combine those forces, intelligent love, love wisely. Do you understand? It's not complicated. Intelligent love, love wisely. And be wise in your light. Be wise in your knowledge. Be wise in your discernment. Loving intelligence. Combine these two and realize that here you find more to the reasons and support system of your existence. The power of will, love. The power of purpose that requires a mind to think. Light. And combine these two as a mighty goal, and you will find support come to you from all of us in the ascended Christ consciousness. Support that will come to you twofold. First, and that is to keep strengthening you, comes to you as strength. And the strength itself is a multifold purpose. Strengthening your body, strengthening your spines, strengthening your light. And the second fold, nurturing. Love, intelligent love nurtures and just keeps nurturing. You will find from myself, Kuan Yin, if you will follow my protocol that can be done in a week. In a week, you can be not partially redeemed, completely redeemed. Does this interest you? Indeed. Then we have fewer albatrosses, fewer obstacles. And then we can say yes, because it always starts with saying yes. When you're ever, precious hearts, not sure where to start, it always starts by saying yes to the greater. And this will be my gift to you. To help you combine this polarity and a more defined understanding that light and love is loving intelligence, light, and intelligent love, love. Let's give this polarity of light and love, let us portray it with greater definition, yet only enough structured definition that allows your own natural creative impulses to play with that. And realize that if you say yes to combining the hierarchy of intelligent love, and loving intelligence, light, and realize combining those, say yes to those, that the offspring of this endeavor brings to you a realized, sanctionized, and then experienced realization that you have found your purpose of will, your power of will, and your power of purpose. Will is found in ecstatic states of love. Purpose is found in ever-extending states of enlightenment. Say yes to this, and out of this will come new feelings, new shifts, new experiences, and a less clinical approach to the universe as being the polarity of light and love. Perhaps bringing you this a little more closely to have an innate understanding, the structure. We are all given structure. We're all given the scales, the notes. Yet the song that we play and the creative spark, once we have the structure, that is up to each individual soul. It is time that the partial redemption that has been in your life, that we go the mile for complete redemption. Redemption requires forgiveness of self and others. Once that is in place, redemption requires alignment with a higher power, a prophet, one who offers divine assistance, an attunement with that prophet, that you can then go forth in your personal life and the days following and offer some acts of atonement. Acts of atonement, this is an action that you take. This is something that you do that is not part of your daily activities. It's an added thing. It's an extraordinary thing. And the easiest way. Now you can go out and you can consciously offer random acts of kindness and caring, and you can offer to look after people's animals and do these things and go out and clean the pig pen or the chicken pen or whatever it is that you so choose to do. But there's not that many farmers in the cities. So in the cities, what you can do is you can find an organization. You can find a cause that you believe in, that you love, and make a donation. Guided by Mother Akasha, your own academy, that it may be in the flow of redemption for its student body, most likely unknown to you, your own academy donates to 9 charities in the world, a donation of $100 every month as an act of redemption, an act of atonement, because you cannot be born into this world without making mistakes. Now you know, you're enlightened, you know it's natural to make mistakes. It's natural to have those dueling impulses. It's also natural to grow out of them. So, Mother has guided your messenger and given her the name of the organizations, and every month the donation is made. And that is an act of atonement The Academy does this as an act of atonement for the student body. But you must do this. Or go and offer some free babysitting for a week. Or it's something that you offer to atone for mistakes of the past. For every unkind thought or action that may have come out from you. Because, precious hearts, it's clear to you now that through reincarnation, there are things you carried over from previous embodiments sometime that were not atoned for and becomes energy that must show up at some point in your life and act out. And oftentimes when it does act out, it acts out as a problem. As the great master was saying earlier, is there really such a thing as accidents? No. Do you have the wisdom to trail an accident back to events that may have caused that accident? Of course not. Because the event may have been 2 lifetimes ago. And now the energy comes knocking on the door. Payday. There are people to this day that are murdered. Their lives are taken because those people took the life of the murderer in another lifetime. This is the human way of doing things. The ongoing expediency of carrying over the energy over and over and never allowing that energy to spend itself out. That's what's coming. This horrendous buildup in world consciousness of everything egregious against life and against the planet, it has been allowed to build and build and build so that when it releases, as Jesus said, it will be one horror show on the planet. And so now all of us come. We all wish, as Jesus said one day in his parables, we all wish to be mother hen and to gather you like little chicks and expand our wings and to gather you under us and to hold you and protect you. But you must do your part. And your part is not as difficult as you may think it is. And so, as I was hoping to get an indication of how much time we have left, thank you, then let us do this. Let us employ all we can do today to go the mile. Do not be so proud and say to Kuan Yin, I have no mistakes to forgive. Because that is not the truth of your existence. And so, precious hearts, we can clean things right up to the moment today. But it does require, and sooner the better, that sometime in the next 7 days, the next week to 10 days, so that you're mindful of it, that you take some actions, that you do something. Go work on a soup kitchen for a day. It's not how much you do. It's just about willing to take a step of atonement. That is it. Redemption requires forgiveness. Forgiveness requires one be willing to align with the prophet. One who has Christ crossed the barriers into Christ's consciousness. And then that alignment be given an attunement. The attunement is the necessary energy, intervention to go the distance and get it done. alignment, attunement, and off you go into the world and do your atonement. And we have it together. Today, because he is so important, and we will all unite, all of us unite. This is the last time that Jesus will seek, if enough favor his attention, he will continue during this seventh golden age. The Master Jesus lives in the highest and greatest and the most evolved universal celestial heavens of consciousness, the highest state of consciousness itself individualized. His light can surround the entire globe of your planet. His wisdom can pick up instantly anyone who is calling to him for help. So if all of us will unite our Christ consciousness with Jesus Christ consciousness, we hope that you will feel the same. Let us complete. This is why Jesus raised me a number of years ago to be the goddess of redemption. He knew the hour was approaching, that a means had to be found to offer you, if you would let us into your lives, to offer you the divine intervention of redemption, redemption, redemption. Let us now enter that sacred space and be open and inwardly follow my guidance. I am Kuan Yin. I come before you. I clothe you in my celestial consciousness of compassion and redemption. Come to me now as a learned initiate. Come to me knowing that further progress, and that you may be like the sheep separated from the goats, and have the protection that Jesus offers all of you in the incoming periods. Come now, gather with me. And as you do, I offer you the cosmic law of redemption. To begin, this requires each of you to say to yourself, I forgive all others who may have harmed me, my loved ones, or life in this world. I forgive them. I forgive myself for all mistakes I may have made in this or any other embodiment. I forgive myself. And now, under the great cosmic law of forgiveness, comes my time of cosmic alignment, attunement, and atonement. This moment, we choose the great Master, the individualized celestial consciousness of beloved Jesus Christ. Before we begin, beloved precious hearts, pick an image of the Master Jesus that you resonate with, and allow your attention to be held upon the image of Jesus Christ. Affirm inwardly that in alignment with the laws of redemption, that I now consciously choose to align with the greatest prophet, beloved Jesus the Christ. And as I come before the great Master, who offers divine assistance to each of us, may this beloved family of roses, under Mother Akasha's dispensation, may each individual rose be held under the fiery rose of Mother Akasha, as together we all turn, we align with Jesus Christ. We align with his celestial Christ consciousness that has individualized throughout the cosmos. And as we align with the great Master, beloved Jesus Christ becomes aware of each of us. He knows our names, and we will not hold ourselves back from him. He says to us, "Come to me, child, and allow me to attune my frequencies, my light, my love, my consciousness, and step them down into your consciousness, frequencies, and vibrations." The Christ says, "Child, become attuned with my presence. I am aware of you. I know that you are holding your love and attention, seeking attunement with my presence. For this is necessary before atonement can take place." Jesus Christ accepts you, and he is now attuning his vibrations, his Christ consciousness, to a level that each of you can successfully be sensitive to and open and receptive to. As you breathe deeply and affirm, in the name of the Heavenly Father and the Heavenly Mother, the giver of life, the I am that I am. I am attuning my frequency, making available all the energies of my life to interface with the vibrations and energies of Jesus Christ. I am receiving now an attunement, a personal attunement from Jesus Christ, who radiates my energy fields, my frequencies, with the highest activity of celestial light, and celestial love that I can hold and attune to at any time in my life. Breathe deep. And it is from this place, in my alignment and attunement with the celestial Christ, that my path is set before me now. And my path to freedom, its next step is atonement. And sometime in the next week, I will go out into the world. I will take some action to atone for the mistakes that I have made. And for every time I have violated the natural laws of sowing and reaping, cause and effect, I am forgiven. I have forgiven. I am aligned with the highest master from the earth plane, the celestial Christ. I have received an attunement from the great master. And now, my hour of atonement is an action I will take in this next week. And I am grateful. And then my path of freedom, my path of redemption is open. And I offer my love, my praise, my gratitude for the great generosity of life. For life always finds a way. Life always finds a way to those who are sincere, even if they are weak, yet but sincere. Life always finds a way. Even breathing. That was beautiful. And I thank you because I could feel your sincerity. When you find something as an act of atonement, it's not how big it is, dear hearts. If all you have is a 25-cent piece to offer someone, that is enough. That's your personal decision. Let it be between you and your God. Speak not of these things to anyone. Know that as one great family, this act has been given today. Know, precious hearts, in the ascended realms We love our clothings. We love our costumes. We love all the things that jettisoned our path into Christ consciousness. We don't forget them. I don't forget that I was an avid Buddhist. Never would I forget that. Yet the beliefs are gone. Buddhism is the sweetest flower of life. The beliefs are all gone. All of us. We had to surrender our beliefs once we began to see the truth of existence. But we also appreciated our robes of Judaism, our robes of mysticism, our robes of Buddhism, our robes of Hinduism, our robes of the Tao. Do you understand? Because we all have discovered and celebrated our roots of existence. And life and creativity offers each of us to be able to say, when we scale the last mountain, oh, you're taking that path? Wonderful, dear. I'm taking this one over here. And to honor that and to love that, because then so much will come to you, so much understanding that you just didn't have before. In moments, you will almost be stunned by the leaps of understanding that are just given to you because you are saying yes to life. And the parts of you that may not be saying yes to life are diminishing and diminishing. And you have yet magnificent realization and experience of how the universe, conscious life, not inanimate life, universe, animate life, will say yes to you and shower you with every blessing you could possibly desire. Who is to say what experience you savor? Who is to say what has not yet been in your life? And before I go on to this or that, oh, I'd like to have this experience over here. No one says nay to you, beloved hearts. Go for it. Keep the mind clean. Means let your thoughts be loving. And your heart as well. I am Kuan Yin. As Mother said a few days ago, your path has become a journey. And it is our responsibility to be a few feet out in front of you. And where boulders will seek to be, to just move those boulders gently out of the way to keep you safe and protected. We will all be mindful now, because the temptation from the world to be agitated, to be frustrated, to be of strong emotional charge, the temptation is so great. So, beloved hearts, as long as you don't tell us to leave, we are not leaving. We are here to save and preserve. What goodness. As you have heard before, the seventh golden age will not fail. What is to be determined is how many people will make it. For the hour will be in this century that the doors of reincarnation will close. And if human beings keep destroying each other, and they are not being given the door, the opportunity of reincarnation. There's only one place for them to go, and that's back to the great central sun. And their long journey to the earth will be over. Life cannot keep waiting. In fact, life is not waiting anymore. And all that we have shared, and when you see the intensity of what is coming, you will ask us why we didn't warn you earlier. Stay together, stay whole, and offer peace and love and respect to those who practice God differently than you do. Eventually, the beliefs will melt away, and the differences will be celebrated. I am Kuan Yin, and I thank you. Namaste. We love and bless you, Kuan Yin. We are so grateful for your love and attending to us with such love and care this day. We are truly grateful, grateful, grateful. Just a P.S. We have two fairly new mantra decrees. One is to remove any harmful effects of vaccines. A number of people desire to take the vaccines. A number of people will be forced to take the vaccines in order to travel, in order to work. And so it's important that Mother asks that we do this mantra every day to neutralize the harmful effects of vaccines. And the other is to purify the soils. New evidence has come out, especially in Africa and Central Africa, such as the Republic of Congo, where there are a lot of swamplands. There's a great concern because scientists have measured the most severe viruses in those swamps, and they have concerns about this. So one of the other mantras is to purify the soils and water element of the viruses, especially the RNA. You know what I mean. I mean the COVID virus. So I urge you to take up those two mantras that are posted in the Ascended Master Decrees in your student dashboard. All right. Our new goddess elect, the goddess of justice. Let us offer her the love of our unfed flames in our hearts. Greetings, beloved hearts. I invoke for each of you in your lives the seventh violet ray of divine justice as a mighty activity that will seek to inform you, to teach you how to be just in all your ways. It is I, the Goddess of Justice, who greets you for the first time in your year 2021 as your Ascended Master-elect. Now I have a great friend who has been in your world for some time. He is my twin flame, the mighty Saint Germain, which gives me a little advantage that other Ascended Master-elects did not have. And of course, I will be leaning upon him strongly in all that I wish to accomplish. I ask you to remember that it is my desire to raise 1 million advocates of justice in this world. And I will do it. And if you will decree to me, and you will demand that the mighty Saint Germain step in and assist me in finding those 1 million advocates for justice, then we will see the beginning of great change. Yet with the change that is coming, and all good things at the end of the day, as you are now being warned with greater fervor, the earth is just in the beginning days of entering tremendous tribulation. And so all of us together will work to keep all of you as safe as we can, separated from what is going on in the world. In the current environment in the world, you have heard, you have seen that the billionaires have become richer. And only one really stands out in our minds as to what he will do with those billions and trillions of dollars, and he was just declared the other day the richest man in the world, Elon Musk. He is dedicated to science, the exploration of science to improve the life of Earth and the lives of humans that live on the earth. Such an individual will receive the blessings. Yet, during this period of COVID, you have watched as various individuals behind great corporations, great in size, not saying they're great, have become richer and richer and richer. And while they do, there is something about richness in the way that one goes after it, in the way that it comes, that brings about an old human quality, and it's almost unstoppable. And it's called more. It's greed. And it makes no difference if you have 50 billion, you want 100 billion. These are included in the bullies that Jesus spoke of. And the great cosmic law will take care of them. But the mass of humanity must understand capitalism under God. If a farmer grows apples and takes his apples to the marketplace and sells his crates of apples for a profit, enough to grow next year's crop, enough of a prophet to look after his family, his loved ones, enough of a prophet to set aside for the future. This is justice. However, when the motives of existence is profit itself, and that now, and it began a few centuries ago, and you already know the names of those individuals and families who dedicated their whole motive of existence, profit, making money. In an interview recently, Mr. Elon Musk, when he was asked, he said, "It's not about the money." To the rest of the billionaires, they must have thought he's absolutely crazy. Of course it's about the money. I say to you, divine justice is going to come in many ways. The people of the world will feel its divine retribution. That is nonsense. As the Master Jesus is trying to teach in his letter, it's the effects of causes initiated in the consciousness and actions of the people in years gone by. It is in my Ascended Master elect year that I will begin the release of cosmic energies into the minds of those who are somewhat enlightened, minds whose hearts are pure, minds who understand science. The evolution of science is magnificent, yet it must have the grounding of spiritual upliftment. Every time science has advanced without the spiritual upliftment of the peoples, it has failed and turned against the people over and over and over again. This year, I don't expect to get it done. I expect to get it started. And using the forces of my twin flame to initiate the beginning of what must be the absolute abandonment of the motive for existence being profit. This must be abandoned worldwide. Yet it will not. It will not unless there are forces that can compel all the actions, all the states of consciousness, all the hateful aggressions and wars that have been in this world, all of that energy that has been building and building and building must be allowed to be spent. It's not that some great cosmic being is saying to make it so. It's just that that's what happens when we, from our octave, release great cosmic energies, release especially the new seventh dimensional violet ray. And when we release more light to your world, light that cannot be requalified by humans, then that light itself pushes to the surface the consciousness and misdeeds and actions of the past. And sometimes those actions are centuries old. All of that energy must be spent. And I hope you understand what we mean by that expression. Do you? And therefore it must be allowed to materialize in the lives of the many. this materialization of this aggressive energy, actions of the past, states of human consciousness, all of it materializing within 2 years is what is going to create what Jesus referred to as the horror show that will unfold upon the surface of the planet. Many people will go crazy. Many people, mental disturbance will grow. As is stated, the seventh golden age does succeed. The question is, how many of the original 10 billion of you will remain? And how many of you will have to return to the great central sun? That's the question that is not yet answered. I join with my twin flame and with Jesus Christ and Mother Akasha. We so desire to serve you. We do so desire to rescue you and to keep you safe in these coming years of tribulation. 2001 was year one, and it was year light version. Light version. While it could be expected that the minds and the hearts of the mass of humanity may build such a rage of emotions that will play out in the masses, it is so important. Remember the word poise, for that is what you have when the scales of justice are perfectly balanced in your life. The point in between is perfect poise. Zero disturbance of any kind. So understand, if there is to be justice in this world, the people have suffered. People are suffering while the billionaires are getting richer. They are suffering. Yet I tell you, precious hearts, those of us who know the laws of existence, the nature of our universe, know that there are enough billionaires and trillionaire corporations in the world that if they just began at their own atonement, if they even began to give 10% of their billions, when you think of the hundreds of millions of people who do not eat properly, who live in terrible, terrible, frightfully terrible conditions, except a lot of them have a cell phone. When you think of that, precious hearts, this is a growing action of debt. People are causing those people who are impoverished. Human consciousness has caused it. And there must be the illumined minds, and they will be amongst the advocates that I will rise, that will push and push and push the corporations and the billionaires to start a cause to release 10% of their funds to feed the poor regularly. I tell you, there are storehouses of food in your world that ought to shame anyone who saw that food sitting in mass buildings. That food should be distributed to the people of earth immediately. And do you know what, precious hearts? the wonderful way that our universe works. That if there were those billionaires and rich corporations that immediately came into conference and decided to take 10% of their massive wealth and begin to distribute the food that is here to the poor people, the universe would open its doors to planet Earth and find whole new ways of growing food properly, beautiful food, nutritious food, and the universe would just flood your planet if only there were those who atone for their reason of existence to become richer and richer and richer. Profit is their motive of existence. Now, do not requalify my remarks. If you sell apples, you ought to have a little profit so that you can pay for selling your apples and you can raise your family and pay for the next year's crops that you have to plant. And a little bit aside, that's natural. But when your whole motive is profit, and you don't care about the apples, and you don't care about the apples because you buy 1,000 other apple farms to become a commercial farmer, it's not about the apples anymore. This must change, for I say to you, as the goddess of justice, I know the injustice that is being caused in this world when there are too many growing numbers of those whose purpose of existence is profit. Now here's the tragedy. Ignorance does not set you free. Ignorance of the truth does not set you free. And if you work for these billionaires whose motive is profit and only profit, you are in the class consciousness in which, as they one day will be taken down, everyone who works for them, associated with them, will take them down. Conviction of consciousness also means a conviction of where you stand. And if it is your conviction that you will not work for those, you will not buy from those whose whole reason for existence is profit, I say unto you, if the universe does not look after you, I will look after you. But the universe will look after you. Always. So understand, this is one of the major injustices that must be corrected in your world. But let me be clear. I will add to Jesus Christ's voice the abandonment of existence as profit, as the existence, the purpose of life. The abandonment of that is not going to happen. It will not happen until first the decades-old, centuries-old consciousness of the people, the discord, the aggressiveness, and some of it is centuries old, all of it must be materialized in the people's life, not as retribution, but as the natural laws of existence, of sowing and reaping, of cause and effect. And it will take a long time before the people understand these natural laws. Instead, religionists will incite the people that this is retribution of God. Therefore, believe in our ways or God will punish you. Beloved hearts, justice is not about punishment. It is about atonement, correction. And that is why, beloved Kuan Yin, the goddess of redemption, speaks to you first this day, that you must understand. Divine justice will come to your world, and it must start with the people, but it also must be the breaking up of those who think they own the materials of this world, whose purpose of existence is profit. This whole idea must be removed from human consciousness, but it will not be. The journey, the quest now begins. For with every great tribulation, there is always a mighty quest of the light, the true search for the Holy Grail. And all that is ever opposed it must come to the surface, act itself out, and then the people be illumined so that these things never come back before. I say unto you, let my voice be heard in the world, and hear ye this warning, that all nations that resist the evil that comes from other nations, they must begin to learn and change their ways, not by resisting the evil from other nations that may seek to invade them, by recognizing that they must stop their own resistance of their own misdeeds, of their own former states of consciousness, states of conduct, states of regression. And until that happens, nations will invade other nations. And the scales of justice, the scales of sowing and reaping, human beings do not remember. And when things must be corrected, people fail to ask the right conditions. As Jesus has shared with you, 70 years after he came to Palestine, the Temple Jerusalem was razed. He came to warn the Jews, change your ways, tell the truth. Do not tell these terrible lies of a judgmental God. Stop slaughtering animals. Stop your greed. They would not listen to him. And the Jews, the majority from back then, they are still not listening. After the temple, Jerusalem was razed, and the Jews spread out across the desert, did their leadership ask why that happened? What part did we play that we couldn't stop it? Did they ask themselves that maybe we should change our ways to prevent this from happening in the future? They never did, and they never will, until this horror show unfolds upon the earth. Centuries since, some Jews continue to get richer and richer, and many suffer. And from the time that Jesus came to rescue them, to warn them, and he would not listen, to this day, there are many Jews who suffer, and they are suffering their leadership, their bullies, and their religionists that make them believe in a judgmental God. Do it our way, or God will punish you. No lessons have been learned. And today, some of the richest people are Jews again, collecting more wealth. And more often, the Jewish people are to suffer. Now, you can take this pattern and I speak of it only because that's the nation Jesus chose, to warn them, because it was their long arm of mental torture, telling people lies, and accumulating great wealth and not looking after the people. Jesus came to warn them. It was a perfect example. But they didn't listen. And today they are doing the same thing. And now their ideas have spread to others who are doing the same thing. If not the Jews, they're Christians, they're people of any belief. They are doing the same thing. And then we get past my beloved's ascension, and then the rise of the Rothschild. Now, fortunately, in the few centuries of the Rothschilds, there has been a few Rothschild children that have rebelled against the father's command to go out and put banks in every nation of this world. Jews. I am not after the Jews. I'm using Jesus' example. I'm saying the Jewish people have suffered this kind of leadership. And now it's worldwide. China is a nation that will soon lead the world in scientific exploration if the Americas and other nations do not pick it up. And here you are, a magnificent people, a people of the Orient, China. People who have allowed themselves, on one hand, to prosper, and on the other hand, to be imprisoned. Do what we tell you, do what we tell you to believe, and if so, you'll be fine. Anything outside those perimeters, you will be put into prison and tortured. The CCCP, they have no idea of how the energies they are building. Mark my words, as the goddess of justice, I join beloved Jesus in warning the people of the world. The energy of every injustice, every aggression, including the people's own evil thoughts and irritations and complaints, all of that is going to disrupt and a world war, and world wars that you have seen in the past have nothing to do. It's a completely new type where people will turn against people of their own nations. You see this in a nation very close to Canada. And beloved hearts, but the people must rise. All these things, life, desires, prosperity and freedom and spiritual development for everyone. The courts and the lands have got it so wrong. Have things changed from the old Bible, an eye for an eye? People are sent into courts and punished. Years imprisonment. This is not atonement. The universe does not punish. If you do not get what you desire in your life, then look unto yourselves and see in your own minds and hearts how you are breaking universal law, of what thoughts you are sowing in your minds, what emotions you are charging against others, even ones you don't know. Through modern science and technology, you all have a range of almost uncontrolled emotions about people you've never even met. Most of you have never met President Trump, and yet you have a whole range of emotions. There is so much confusion on the earth. And if you let yourself get involved in any one side of any spectrum, you've got to know that both spectrums of anything contains highly emotionally charged patterns, erroneous thinking, presumptions, conclusions, accusations, and it is all the human consciousness. And you see how forces have convinced humanity all that is necessary for a lockdown of humankind and the control of future tomorrows, as far as the global elite are concerned, is fear. And today, fear is everywhere amongst the masses. Be ye ignorant or be ye enlightened. That is your choice. Yet, understand the words of Jesus that Mother has borrowed, and that is, from the world, hide your ignorance. In other words, do not let them know what you don't know. Hide your illumination. Do not let them know what you do know. For your time is not yet come. Your time is to stay close to each other, love each other, hold each other, pray for each other. All of you have members, many of you have members of your family that have not come into spiritual upliftment. You, as I, as Jesus, as Germaine, as Mother Akasha, as we seek to be the prophet in your life, as we seek to be your shepherd, follow us. We will tend to you. We will look after you. This is what we have come to do. Not only illumine you, educate you, help you, empower your life, yet also to tend you and to find those out in the world. There are many who, as Jesus says, who are acting like billy goats. Well, that's quite an interesting. I had to really listen to what he was saying to understand why he chose that kind of parable or metaphor. But I understand it. But there's many out there in the world, and they're acting like billy goats. But they're really sheep. They've just allowed themselves in an unknown way to be covered over by his whole range of presumptions and accusations and presumptions and perceptions. And all it would take is a little nudge. The people on earth, when you think of the virus and the vaccine, the people of earth are getting a little bit of a pinprick. But I'm not talking about the pinprick of the vaccine. They're getting a bit of a pinprick of awakening. Now, will they awaken or will they join what they see as a rebellious nature and an ego drive to join the growing mobs who will take to the streets to protest against the growing tribulation that will unfold in the world? Here you have to understand, precious hearts. You might easily, in your limited illuminations, say, well, the people should be set free and just the global elite, that they should be punished. Well, that is a very unillumined thought to have. It's what I would call a thought of expediency. It's convenient, but it's not going to produce any justice. You have been recycling human states of consciousness over and over and over. And everyone must realize that if evil is attacking you, rather than resisting the evil, recognize you are resisting. If you do resist the evil, you are resisting your own former states of consciousness and words and thoughts and actions and deeds from centuries ago that are now lining up and saying to you, what are you going to do with me? You see, this period that is coming is just insane because you have so many belief systems that have nothing to do with the truth. Many will say it will be retribution. Now, just the fact that I say this, that Mother says this, that Jesus says this, that when we say to you, many will declare retribution, the hand of God. This ought to show you that what we're talking about, you want more information, precious hearts, about what's going on in the world? You're getting it. You have a horror show coming on the earth. It's coming your way. And we are determined to keep you safe. You do your part. You will have protection. You will have housing. You will have warmth. You'll have everything you need in your life. But we now have to use our forces, our celestial consciousness, to actually separate you from the billy goats, the rebellious spirit. The people will say, well, of course we're going to rebel. But they do not understand the laws of karma, the laws of sowing and reaping. You cannot rebel without having what you rebel against come back to you. But no one realizes this. This is why his message was so important. The creative ways of our universe. What do you desire to reap? Have you asked yourself that question? What do you desire to reap? When you know what it is that you desire to reap, then go on about your business in a very just way, in planting, in sowing as seeds within your consciousness, within your vision. But you must first know what it is that you wish to reap. A farmer knows what he or she wishes to reap. A gardener does. Are you abstract? May you, in your spiritual embrace, find the clarity that what I seek to reap is spiritual upliftment, enlightenment, my comprehension of the reason for existence, the way the universe functions. I seek to reap being absolutely free of every religious myth against God and against life. The people do not understand. Mother Akasha said years ago that it is easier to enlighten an atheist than it is a religionist who believes that God will strike people down for their supposed sins. So, beloved hearts, as you get into 2021, it is all of ours, under Mother Akasha's influence, to seek you to understand we enter a new age. And I'm not using that as a, how do you say a word as a pun? We are entering a new age, a new year, a new time. And what is different is that there is enough evidence, and your media, there is little truth. There are simply two sides presenting. Those who believe, those who don't believe, those who are one side of one spectrum, those who are on the other. That is what your world has come to. And don't look for alternative media, because even there we see the same influences. Those of you think you found an alternative media and here's the truth. Okay, where's the evidence? Just because a person says something does not mean it's true. Just because someone reports something does not mean it's true. And it's not supposed to be a matter of whether it's true or not for you. Do you wish the scales of justice on your side? Then be on my side. And my side is this: it's too early. There is no truth. It's the wild machinations and imaginations of a human race in which the pot is boiling and everything is about to go over the top. There is no truth. Rather, seek to make real. You wish an attunement? I will give you an attunement if you want it. To attune with the vibrations and the frequency of those three mighty statements. But let's put I am in front of them. I am the light of God that never fails. I am the love of God that always fulfills. I am the truth of God that always prevails. And I am not speaking of the little self. I am speaking of my God nature. I am that is within me and that is growing. You see, precious hearts, that ought to be where your attention is. Not deciding or declaring if this is real news or that's fake news. Do you physically have the evidence in your hand? If you don't, it's not the truth. It's humans' opinions, assumptions, perceptions, agreements, and more. But your role is not to decide that. I have mighty tasks, and that is to place a new scales of justice in every municipal court, state court, provincial court, national court, and federal court of these lands of your world. We have great work, yet we have some brilliant minds. And we must get the light into their minds. We must find those who will declare, I don't believe in religion. Good. Because religion is nothing more than the expedient, agreed truth. Agreed truth. Let's all agree that this orange over here is a red apple. Let us all agree on it. And if we will all agree on it, the time will come that that orange will transform into a red apple. As offered to you many years ago, presently, it is a while before you will know the truth, but own that threefold statement. Do an attunement to it. Why not tomorrow? An activation around those truths, because that's how you make a truth real. You use the power of vibration and energy and the music of the higher spheres and all these things. You go into a sacred space of owning so that those truths can embed themselves. Can you imagine the light of God that never fails, the love of God that always fulfills, and the truth of God that always prevails, embedded within your brain, embedded within the substance of which your body is composed? You would become a magnet's presence that would just draw that light, draw that love, draw that truth, and you would just be like Jesus Christ, who 2,000 years ago was the only one who knew the truth. And that is your destiny, to become the growing few that know the truth. But while you harbor an interest in saying, virus is not real, virus is real, Republicans are right, Democrats are wrong, while you choose to declare what you think is the truth, you are absolutely wasting life's precious energy, and you are not furthering your own cause of your great awakening. Because the greatest truth is your declaration. When it comes to everything out there in the world, there is no truth. And that is why, in capital, bold letters, I am come. Jesus has come. The Christ consciousness has come. Don't you get it? It's all duality playing out. So, we have a big year. I must find my advocates. And I must find those young people who will enter into law or go back into law and be advocates of a new kind of law that is not based on old religions of an eye for an eye and punishment for evil deeds. Rather, young lawyers, young new professors who will teach a new way of law, a new way of constructive means of atonement for those who have done wrong, deliberately or undeliberately. That there can be new enlightening ways that these ones can atone for their mistakes instead of piling them up in prisons where there is zero growth for the most part in their lives. This year, I am positioned perfectly as your Ascended Master-elect. And as the time comes that all discordant energies and states of consciousness from ages past and all that energy must materialize in the world, and it's that energy that is going to make the world go crazy. But out of that, we must find more sheep. We must find as Jesus longs. I tell you, precious hearts, I fell in love with him the first time I met him. He is just the most magnificent being. I don't know how you would not weep for days and days and days if you had an opportunity just to be close to his beingness. And it says he longs to rescue those inspired and sensitive soul, and Mother Akasha and her wings and hold you close. And then in these coming weeks and months and years, teach you how to be safe, how to stay safe, and yet at the same time not get pulled into what's going on in the world, yet at the same time keep building your great spiritual cause and become empowered and enlightened. It is your destiny. You are to be the first of the seventh golden age holy grails in Christ's consciousness, whose time has come to the earth. And for this, justice is required. And I am here. I thank you. God bless you, dear hearts, and namaste. Now, just a moment. Mother Akasha desired to speak into some of these things sooner. Her concern is that upon hearing some of these things, has old human energies been cleared in you? Will you begin to have some fear, some anxiety in hearing that the time of tribulation has begun? Because if you do allow some fear and anxiety, then that's why Mother has delayed us in coming to you. Find every means. Be honest with your emotions. Don't be off the chart with them. But the moment you feel anything coming up, turn to the Heavenly Father, turn to the Heavenly Mother, turn to beloved Justice, turn to beloved Jesus, turn to all of us. Lean on us. We will take that out of you. But if you're not honest that you have those old energies coming up, there's little we can do. At the very least, share it with someone that you trust so that you don't build those energies. It's important that you keep being illumined so that you know before these things start happening up, so that you see, now I understand. This is the tribulation. This is where it's getting work. Here's a nation over here. And it's just as the goddess of justice stated. This nation is resisting the evil that's trying to invade them. And they don't know that by resisting that evil, they are resisting their own evil from centuries past that has come up and acting out. In all of this, there is a better way. What does that mean? That a nation allows itself to be marauded by evil? No. But if the whole nation wakes up and realizes why evil is invading, then makes a change, and the people make a change. They atone for their own evil from perhaps generations past, then universal forces would be right at that door and push the evil forces away. We're going to make sure that you get closer and more intimate with the understanding of universal laws, the laws of creation, the laws of existence, because the more you get closer to them, then the more you can find ease and grace in cooperating in what is asked of me. I thank you. We love and bless you, Goddess of Justice. We are so grateful for your sharing. And out of our hearts, we call forth a wave of love and respect to each other, and to all our Rose family who are joining in on the Zoom platform, and all other Roses who will be joining in as they listen to the audio recordings. We are one family, and we love you. Love you. Love you. Love you. We are in day 2 of the Great Awakening, part 4. Let us begin with Papa Sun. Indeed. Beloved Son, flash the light of your love in, through, and around us. Beloved Son, flash the light of your love in, through, and around us. Beloved Son, flash the light of your love in, through, and around us. We thank you. And a glorious good day to each of you, and like a rising sun, I shine my sunshine upon each of you. God bless you. And so we continue from yesterday. A comment that Mother speaks into, that comes from the letters of Jesus Christ. That, and I'll say it with greater clarity, I hope, in terms of the motive of existence being profit, or profit being the motive of existence. Now, I would say, for some, I would expand that for greater clarity, and I would say the motive for existence, for some, is profit, power, and control. That's the first thing. And then I would say that today, the global elitists, and I trust you have a fair understanding of what that term refers to. I would suggest that the vast majority of the global elitists come under that category, whose motive of existence is profit power, and control. Now, in our student body, we have students who come from all sorts of wonderful backgrounds, cultures, and traditions. And we also have many students, and included in that statement, who come from Jewish backgrounds. And on behalf of the Goddess of Justice, I will extend our apology to any Jews of Jewish tradition and background who may have felt hurt by some of Goddess of Justice's remarks. I will trust that as students re-listen to those parts of her discourse and hear every sentence that was stated, the Goddess of Justice was clear in stating how the Jewish people have suffered. She was not talking about Jews. Mother began the discourse in the day and being very clear that she is weaving some of the teachings of Jesus' letters into her teachings because they are important. And that weaving begins with the most fundamental correction that needs to be made. And that is the belief in a punishing God. And Jesus makes it clear in his letters that in modern times that belief has come from Jewish religious leadership. Jesus despised that leadership because he had firsthand experience of the universal Father. He knew it wasn't true. And Jesus loved the Jewish people. And he knew what suffering that brought about in the lives of the Jewish people. Now in the Goddess of Justice discourse, and she expands that this idea, this motive of existence being profit, and I will add power and control, that today this makes up the global elitists who are quickly seeming to gain control of the world. And it may seem that the Goddess of Justice was singling out the Jews. That was far from the truth. If she had time to discourse, she would have elaborated that this motive for existence, profit, power, and control, has been going on for some time. It has been the reason of empire building. The Romans were guilty of it. The British and their empire buildings were guilty of it. Monarchies in centuries past would tax their people almost into poverty in order to gain riches, power, and control. Over 7,000 years, there are several dynasties in ancient China where there were those whose motive was to collect profit, to have the power, and to control. As the Goddess of Justice discourse, she even pointed out that some of that elitism was found in the Jews, in the Jewish leadership. And she spun that from the discourse about how the leadership were teaching of a punishing God, how that brought suffering, and about how that extended to financial leadership, which caused further suffering of the people. And then she completed her discourse by saying this has now become worldwide. It's in every culture. She could have used the Catholics as an example, but she wouldn't be talking about the Catholics, just as she wasn't talking about the Jewish people. She was talking about those who have seized control in leadership in financial institutions. The Catholic Church is supposed to be one of the richest organizations in the world today, while there are hundreds of millions of people who live in hunger. So it seems that she may have been singling out the Jews. That was not her intention. And if you are of Jewish tradition and you felt slighted and hurt, we apologize. That was not the intention. And concern too for those, because we know that there are those students who have the persuasion to be conspiracy theorists. And if that's your persuasion, that is up to you. And some of those conspiracy theorists could hear the goddess of justice remarks and say, see, it was the Jews. That's not, no. That's not what goddess of justice was trying to say. Today, the global elites come from every culture and every past tradition. And they include those who come from no culture, no religion. There are billionaires today in that category who are atheists. And I can understand that her remarks could be misconstrued if you don't take every sentence and keep it in the entire context. Then I can understand how people's feelings may have been hurt. And again, we apologize, for that is not the intention. The big intention is that in your growing states of awareness, that you must be mature enough, you must be discerning enough, and understand, why is there a tribulation coming? Why is there this horror show that is coming? Because history, and maybe the goddess of justice used some of the Jewish leadership history where those have reached control, and she mentioned the Rothschilds, who said to his sons, go out around the world and open banks everywhere. She also followed that by saying, today there are many Rothschild's children and sons who have donated their mansions and castles to the state, where in their mansions there are the arts and humanities and festivals, and where people can come and learn their arts, their trades. All those beautiful mansions owned by the Rothschilds, so many donated by them today. And furthermore, if you know anything about Jewish tradition, you know that they have strong traditions of family, of sharing. And embedded within the Jewish people is the idea of giving back, the idea of tithing. So let us be clear. She was not speaking about the Jewish people. It may have felt like it. She was speaking that there are global elites that showed up there. But they showed up in the Roman Empire. They showed up in ancient dynasties of China. They showed up in the British Empire building of empires. But the point was that it is this historical rise of individuals who have gained control, who have gained power, because their motive of existence was profit so that they could gain the control, gain the power, and then hopefully direct future world events. The history of this and the aggression upon the peoples who've almost been taxed to death in this seventh golden age, all that energy must now be spent, because this must be corrected. In the human race, the idea of a motive of existence being profit for power, for control, this idea, isolated within a few global elitists of every tradition, of every culture or no culture, this idea must leave the human race. But before that's going to happen, all the energy of thousands of years of this, in which people of every tribe, people of every color, have suffered from these kind of global elitists that come from everywhere. Before that can be stopped and undone, the energy that has been built up of this must be spent. And it is that materializing of that energy that is a big part of the tribulation that is coming. This was the only intention. Justice must come. And in that justice, there must be the end of those who are allowed existence for the reason of profit, power, and control. And the goddess of justice making it very clear. And also in the words of Jesus in his letters, this is not going to happen. It must happen. There must be justice in the people, but it won't happen until all the accumulated energy of thousands of years materializes, and then that energy is spent. This is one of the main sources of the tribulation. This is the context of her sharing. And if it didn't feel that it came across that way, then we apologize. Closer than breathing, nearer than hands and feet, I am. I ask all of you, beloved family, to take on ever-expanding convictions that as you know, as you accept the great hero that abides within you, deep within the inner sanctum of your being, the individualized presence of Mother, Father, God, the only begotten. And when it is materialized in you and through you, and the new raised you, it is called the Christ. Day in, day out, you are becoming closer to this indwelling presence. Day in, day out, this indwelling presence is coming closer to you. And therefore, with conviction, you could adopt inner thoughts that you tell yourself that with every breath, I am breathing in to that indwelling Christ presence. On every inhale, I am breathing in to the inner sanctum of my being. My breath, every breath is holy now. And with every inhale, I am breathing into that inner sanctum of my God center. And on every exhale, I am breathing out the golden radiance of the Christ. With every exhale, I am breathing out such sweet golden light vibrations. that are lifting me, raising me, delicately transforming the substance of my body, my brain, lifting me more through the resurrection of my consciousness, the resurrection of my body temple, and the most important resurrection, the resurrection of the Christ that will rise from the tomb, hidden deep within the inner sanctum of my being. I celebrate this. I own this. I engage this. This is my conviction of knowing. This is the truth that I carry. This is the secret life that I celebrate, and that I am mentored to be discerning about how much of this I share with others. For there are those who do not yet have the knowledge, who could not understand such things. And yet there is so much more that I am not aware of. And all this much more will come forth in all my days ahead, whilst the world undergoes its final period of tribulation. I understand that beneath this tribulation is a great light that is coming to the world. I understand that this tribulation is a materialization of former states of consciousness, former states of behavior, of conduct, of former states of mind and heart that were unkind. And all of this, the light is pushing through, and it is pushing all of it to the surface, where it will materialize and act out. And finally, the energy of that past can be released. Is it possible that if every human being on earth had the knowledge of the sacred fire, had the knowledge of the violet purifying flames, the cosmic blue flames, that if they had that knowledge, they could, under the great cosmic laws of mercy and compassion, redemption, forgiveness, alignment, attunement, atonement, and the use of the sacred fire, that this tribulation, this materialization of past states of consciousness and conduct could be taken into the sacred fire. And with all that removed, the people then in a state of consciousness who could rise to the light, feel a new thirst for spiritual understanding and uplifting. Is that possible? Absolutely. Yet is that the case today? No, it is not. And so what is important? What is important? As Mother clearly began yesterday, to understand these are times in which, by the very nature of your expanding awakening, as you awaken and melt away the duality consciousness, as you melt away the dueling impulses, as you rise a Christ, rise a night, then this will, by its very nature, by its very energy and vibrations, your state of consciousness, your global state of consciousness, albeit a very small global spiritual community, will naturally separate you from those in the world who are not awakening, those who are not growing a tenderness in their heart and greater illumination in their minds. The separation will be natural. And you must understand that further enlightenment, further understanding, further teachings must come forth in these days to help you to fully integrate, to fully understand, then integrate the necessity of your code of conduct, your code of consciousness, where all knowledge given is assimilating, is embedding within your personality, your daily states of consciousness that influence you directly, sometimes subtly and sometimes not so subtly, and where your own levels of observation allow you to observe yourselves in a way that is so deep and with such discernment that you can almost immediately catch something that's in your thinking or your emoting or your conduct that is not love's eternal presence. And then when you catch that, when you sense it, when you see it try to come up, or when it has come up because you didn't catch it when it was the early stage of coming up, how you can then, in the next moment, move into cancel, move into forgiveness, move in, because today you have the most sacred flames of all the sacred fire that is growing within your heart, that in a moment you had an uncaring or unloving or unkind thought or action. You call upon the unfed flame in your heart to rise, expand, and to go forth into that energy and dissolve it and consume it. And equally, as meditations and activations and attunements to help you vibrationally carry and radiate the higher knowledge, yet too is the importance of you engaging the fundamentals, entering into your violet flames, sealing yourself in the great armor of light, calling upon Archangel Michael's angels to seal your armor of light in a wall of blue flames, asking your higher mental body to sustain your pillar of the sacred fire, sustain your armor of light, sustain Michael's wall of blue flames while you go on about your day. And then remembering to call, and this is so important. And I will do the call now, and you can do it inwardly if you like. My beloved mighty I Am presence within me and above me, I call to you and through you to the ascended masters and the great cosmic beings of light. I call upon you to enfold me, my life, my world, in your ascended master walls of invisibility, invincibility, and vulnerability over all that is of human law, human creation, and the sinister force. Enfold my personal life, my affairs, my activities, the business aspect of my life. Enfold my home, my means of transportation, all activities of my life and where possible, all loved ones of my life and family, in your ascended master walls of invisibility, invincibility, and vulnerability over all that is of human creation, human law, and the sinister force. I thank you, my higher discerning intelligence. Sustain and maintain these cosmic walls provided by the great cosmic beings around me and my life and activity. Every moment of every day, I thank you. The continuity of these fundamental decrees, providing each of you the armor, the cosmic insurance, the cosmic assistance, so that as you build your own energies, yes, beloved hearts, let all discordant energies of the past, let all discordant energies that have ever registered upon your outer self, let those energies be spent. Let them be emptied. And where's the best place to do that? In your 15 minutes of violet flame. And before you jump into the violet flame mantra, make sure you qualify. You don't have to just talk to Saint Germain. You can talk to the violet flame. Now, as I call the violet flame in, through, and around me, whatever dense energies of duality, whatever discordant energies have lodged themselves into the substance of my brain, my body, whatever has dulled my light or limits the expansion of my light, then, beloved violet flame, drive, drive, drive and bind, drive, drive, drive and bind, drive, drive, drive and bind. What does that mean? For the violet flame to drive into those areas and bind any discordantly qualified energies. And then what does the violet flame do? The violet consuming flame. Once bound, the violet flame then consumes. So take a moment, precious hearts. Remember the path that you are on. Just don't dive into the violet flame mantra, yes, but take a moment to qualify specifically what you'd like that violet flame to do. And if you know there's anything that bothers you, if you know there's a tendency to react rather than respond, if you know that you have an emotional charge about something, and the Christ does not have emotional charges about anything. If you know these things, specifically name it into the violet flame and ask the violet flame to target those things. And the violet flame can do that because you have quite a momentum of carrying and living in the violet flame. And then, dear hearts, if you are on record every day of entering your violet flames, then any time during the day, any times, no thought necessary. You can be at your desk, you can be out for a walk, you can be working in the kitchen, and you just stop for 30 seconds, and you visualize yourself in the pillar of the violet flames. You see the great armor of light coming down around the violet flames. On the other side of the armor of light, you see the wall of cosmic blue flames. No thought is necessary, but you just visualize what you called in perhaps hours earlier. And what does that do? That intensifies those activities. But you see, if you don't do your fundamentals, then those magnificent spiritual activities lessen, and lessen. And if you go a week without engaging in those fundamentals, then world consciousness can breach whatever's left of the armor of light. World consciousness can breach the pillar of the sacred fire, which is weakening and weakening and weakening because you did not return your attention to it because, I don't feel like doing it today. So yes, meditations, the bridge between your outer life and your inner God self. That's the means, paramount, important, the sacred silence. Yet the fundamentals will never, ever go away until you have graduated, not begun, graduated the 33rd passage of resurrection. Understand? So, beloved hearts, let's remain in our commitment. Because our commitment, too, is ensuring that each of you measurably can feel the spiritual power, the Spirit of God, the indwelling love presence, that you can measurably feel that spiritual force of all of it building in your physical bodies, bringing greater states of clarity and enlightenment in your minds and in your love quotient. As that increases your love quotient, that love quotient, when you hear things going on out in the world, it will almost bring you to tears. Because your love quotient, and i.e. your compassion, will grow and grow. The Master Jesus himself has confessed of his own humanity. Yet, Jesus always had a great compassion for the underdog, those who suffered. He always felt that way. And as the Christ emerged in him, it increased 10,000-fold, 1,000,000-fold. But he didn't break down in tears. He became a perfect channel, and in that perfect channel, the Father worked through him and produced all the miracles. And whether those miracles are produced by the Christ or the Father makes no difference. Jesus refers to the Father for the final emergence of the Christ in Jesus is in the transfiguration that took place. And now you know that not all of Jesus' body that passed through death was used in that transfiguration. Basically, once the transfiguration is complete, the physical body disappears and is reconstructed. This is the final part of the T-force. You are right in the transformation stage, and you have begun the transformation stage, and you have begun the transmuting stage. And the transmuting stage is a composition of activities which includes, of course, the light of the Holy Spirit, the cosmic patterns of the seed of the Christ that has now been opened and is passing through your life force that's entering into your physical body, and the drawing forth of the rivers of universal life substance into the elements of your physical body. These three mighty activities that you initiate, and then the silence becomes the open door where those things begin to happen. If you initiate them through communing with the great God presence, and you end your meditation there, the door doesn't open. The great silence is that all that you have called forth, all that you communicate with the Christ within, the great silence is your means. When you declare in meditation, I now declare my mind, my body, my feelings, my life and world, an open door for the Christ to emerge, for all the God assets that I have named to emerge, and this is done in the golden silence. And rather now today, rather than struggling to achieve the silence, one of the last things you say before you enter the silence, after you have communed with the inner presence, is inviting the Christ to release the great silence from the inner sanctum of your beingness, that a flood of the great silence rise up into your mental cavity, into your life, to help you hold the silence. Now, precious hearts, how much time do I have left? I have 5 minutes. Well, we're going to stretch this into, well, we'll make it 5 minutes. Minutes. Let's have a 5-minute attunement, a vibratory attunement. I am. This is going to come to you many times. So while you're listening to this solfeggio 5 minutes, I wish you, each of you, over and over, I am the light of God that never fails. I am the love of God that always fulfills. I am the truth of God that always prevails. I speak not of my outer self yet. I speak of my inner self, the great I am. Together, let us do this. And let's bring this into activation, a reality in the substance of your life through solfeggio. Begin to internalize. I'll internalize it once more with you. I am the light of God that never fails. I am the love of God that always fulfills. I am the truth of God that always prevails. I speak not of my outer self. Rather, I speak of my inner self, the great I am, that is materializing these truths within me now. And let us complete that by affirming, as I state, that I speak not of the outer self, but of the mighty I am within me. I do this. I hold this activation, that the great I am within me can materialize these three truths within the substance of my outer self, that I begin to radiate the light, the love, and the truth to the world. And I am eternally grateful. And I am grateful for my time with each of you. Papa loves you dearly. Namaste, namaste, namaste. We love and bless you, beloved Papa, Son. We are so grateful for your presence with us this morning. Deep breath, everyone.
It's Blu-ray Day. Beloved Mighty Hercules will be coming forth. So let us send the love of our hearts now through our Mighty I Am presence to him as we open to receive the outpouring of his sevenfold blue flame into our consciousness, beings, and worlds. And may we invite the angels of the cosmic blue flames to be with us as well. And why not the goddess of liberty, beloved El Moria, Lord Astria, Archangel Michael, and the Eloa Amazonia to join us as well as we become that magnificent empty crystal cup, ready to be filled up, full to overflowing with all that they are offering us as a glad free gift of their own cosmic heart flames for each and every one of our own great freedom in this embodiment.
There has been a constant war, a war with fear. Those who have the courage to conquer it are made free, and those who are conquered by it are made to suffer until they have the courage to defeat it. To hold it together when everyone else would understand if you fell apart, that's true strength. There is nothing outside of yourself that can ever enable you to get better, stronger, richer, quicker, or smarter. Everything is within. Truth is not what you want it to be. It is what it is. And you must bend to its power, or live a lie. A warrior must only take care that his spirit is never broken. Determine that today you will overcome yourself of the day before. You shall, I question not, find a way to the top if you diligently seek for it. Discipline is your best friend. There is nothing impossible to him who will try. With the right attitude, self-imposed limitations vanish. Knowing is not enough. We must apply. Willing is not enough. We must do.
And a Herculean glorious morning unto each of you, beloved Magdalene roses of the Heavenly Mother's presence upon the earth. I am Hercules. I am the first of the Elohim, and it is proper that I am the first to greet you this new year, 2021, of all of my brothers. And I take it to heart that Mother Akasha has given me the platform to address you first amongst my brothers. They will come after I have come, and today I am coming into the garden of your consciousness with the fullness of my Herculean life force, all that my Herculean cosmic blue ray and flame can offer unto each of you, as you continue to evolve and mature more and more into your true, radiant, untouchable Christ self. You are going to require greater activities of power in your lives. Now, you have been given by various of the ascended and angelic host many times the wisdom that when you receive power from your own great God presence, that power comes charged with divine love and divine wisdom. It is a perfect, balanced activity. There is not too much power or too little power, too much wisdom, too little wisdom, too much love, too little love. It is a perfect, balancing activity. Your own life's experiences, guided, directed, overlighted by your own higher mental bodies, are causing each of you to turn within, feel, know, and experience the true reality of all that we have been teaching you, of the true Holy Trinity, the true holy balance between love, wisdom, and power. Every day is a new day when you consider the eternality of life. A new day to reinvent yourself. A new day to become someone and something new, more refined, more pure, more in touch with the inner essence, substance, and flame of the mighty I Am presence that you have come to be upon this earth in this embodiment. Love, the great law of love. Mercy, the great law of mercy. Forgiveness, the great law of forgiveness. Compassion, the great law of compassion. All of these which I speak into are eternal laws throughout the universe. There is nothing that prevents love, forgiveness, mercy, compassion from ever acting, ever present, everywhere throughout our universe. It is only when one uses the power of their attention and turns their attention to these universal, eternal laws of creation, of life itself, that come directly from the great central sun. You yourselves are all offspring of the Heavenly Father and Mother in the great central sun. You are overlighted by us, the Elohim. We are, if you will, guiding, directing, and overlighting your own futures in your becoming untouchable Christ beings. You will soon have far greater realizations that no matter how much you try from the human standpoint, from your third-dimensional reality and limited state of consciousness, you will have amazing realizations, profound realizations, that no matter how hard you try to rough hew and to halter, delay, hinder, or prevent your own destiny from being fulfilled, the realizations will come upon you quickly like tsunamis from the ocean onto the lands, the shores of the earth. You will see it inwardly and outwardly. You will experience it and know it through your senses and faculties, that you cannot prevent the fulfillment of the divine plan and destiny of your life in this embodiment. I will pause there for a few moments because I desire upon my Herculean blue ray and flame to project and anchor this eternal truth and law of life in all its vibration and frequency into the depths of your consciousness. Connect with the grand cosmic being within, so that we penetrate from the inside out and the outside in this eternal truth I have spoken unto you. So you will surrender, you will let go, and you will allow I, Hercules, to take you to where I see you to be and desire you to be. Now love, mercy, forgiveness, compassion, redemption, forces of resurrection and ascension are always present everywhere throughout the universe. One only has to know that these qualities, these activities, these forces of life are in existence. In this world that you call planet Earth, in the third dimension, these activities and qualities which I have mentioned seem to be lacking, seem to be unreal. Where you ask many times a day, many times a week, many times a month, many times a year, and many times throughout the centuries and eons of time that the I Am race has journeyed upon this planet Earth, you have asked, where is the mercy? Where is the forgiveness? Where is the compassion? Where is the love? Not only that, you put in front of it, where is God's mercy? Where is God's compassion? Where is God's forgiveness? Where are the forces of God's redemption, God's resurrection, God's ascension? You blame God for the lack of these activities and qualities. Unwittingly, you blame yourselves for the absence of these vibrations and frequencies in existence in the third dimension. Life calls upon you now, more than it ever has throughout the centuries, to become a redeeming presence upon the earth, to become the so-called saviors upon the earth, to become the deliverer and deliverers come into the third dimension. It does not come by physical means of something you can touch in the outer world as tangible. It comes from the Holy Spirit within. For where the Spirit of the Lord, God, Goddess, all that is, there is liberty, there is freedom, there is redemption, there is mercy, there is forgiveness, there is compassion, there is love that knows no bounds nor limitations. There is love that causes the visible, tangible manifestation and creation of what the world terms miracles. There is that which unleashes the mighty presence of God force itself through the physical embodiment, through the mental body and feeling body, and demonstrates in the world of materiality, as I said, what the world calls miracles, what to the mortal mind, to the unawakened, unillumined human intellect, that is what that would call as being impossible. What is given to you by the mighty Saint Germain and others who work in the moving pictures industry, the term superhero and the term supervillain. You have all of these machinations and creations in the third dimension. But the superheroes I speak of far transcend any power that what you call a super villain can attain, and that is simply an individual in this third dimension that has become corrupted and is selfish and greedy and seeks the power to control the rest of the world. This is the criminal, insanity, fiendishness, viciousness of the human creation that is in this third dimension. It is spoken well when it is said, what if a man or woman gains the whole entire world and everything within it, but loses their own soul, their own sense of existence, their own sense of morality, their own sense of why, of what, of who they are and they have come to be in physical embodiment. Trust me and trust every Elohim, Eloah, Archangel, Archaea, God, Goddess, that has ever come to you and will ever come to you. Trust us when we say to you, there is nothing out there in the third dimension of physical materialization that you, in your heart of hearts, truly desire. Yes, there are temporary moments, temporary pleasures, temporary sensations that you can and may experience in the outer world of physical, visible, tangible substance. But let me and all of us remind you, those activities, those experiences are all fleeting moments. That is why we will, throughout this entire year, especially this year, we will use it like a catalyst to project and propel you forward as we emphasize being in the now moment, living in the eternal now. Then, where your life guides you, where your life directs you, where your life prompts you to be every moment of every day, you will be taking in the fullness of all that life and especially life that is seeming invisible, desires you to experience in that moment. And as you become more and more familiar with the vibrations and the frequencies and the sensations from the invisible realm, the sooner the invisible becomes visible unto you, beloved Magdalene Roses. Then there's no more wondering, am I in the right place or am I not? Am I following the true promptings of my great God presence or am I not? Am I being led astray or am I being led in the right direction? There's no more wondering. There's no more hoping. There comes the absolute knowing that you are right exactly where life within and above desires and requires you to be. All that is part of the senses and faculties of the outer world are to us, as we see them truly for what they are, ephemeral. They are fleeting. They come and they go as the souls, as the individualized flames of the I Am race come and go, physical body after physical body after physical body. Until one gains the true mastery that life desires them to experience and express, which does mean absolute control of the physical body. Imbuing as you embed the return of the Holy Spirit, the enhanced and increased life force from the electronic body of the I Am presence. You embed and imbue immortality, eternal youth and beauty into the cells and organs of your physical bodies. It has been given you every single embodiment, every single civilization around the world, in fairy tales, in folklore, in myths, in legends, in stories. There has always been hidden within all of those writings, within all of those stories, the mighty I Am presence. The great God presence is there, and it is exactly as the mighty Saint Germain hath writ it. O learn to read what silent love hath writ. To hear with eyes belongs to love's fine wit. Only the heart, in all its love, can decipher what is hidden in plain sight, in plain text. You are all upon the path where life grants you the opportunity to become the cipher code, to be the cipher code in this world, as you draw upon the source codes from the great central sun that come as sacred geometries, come as sacred symbols. Come as electronic and magnetic lines of force, the unifying presence of divine light and divine love within your multi-body system. There is nothing in this whole world that can stop it. You only have to say, as Father, a Son encourages you, yes to life. Knowing life in all its love, mercy, forgiveness, compassion, happiness, joy, encouragement, inspiration, motivation, passion, benevolence, charity, Courage says unto thee, yes, every single moment, waking or sleeping. Capital L Life is always saying yes to you. Just because you make a mistake in this world, life does not condemn you. Life does not judge you. Life does not put a wall around you and enclose you, lock you within that, and say you cannot further live on in this world because you have made a mistake. It is the nature, it is the habit of humans to make mistakes in the way they think, in the way they feel, in the way they speak, in the way they act in this world. This is where you will now find yourselves, where life will call upon you to rise up, and that term being larger than life. It takes a colossal giant from within, from the heart, to stand, face, and conquer the pressures and the forces that are in this world that do not want you to succeed at all. Desire, want, and need in many more ways than you could imagine for you to give up and become a slave unto them. You have reached a point in your evolution, in your expansion of your consciousness, of your ability and capacity to embrace and feel and emit, express true love, true light, and the presence of the sacred fire, in which all of us are offering all of you the greatest divine intervention and assistance that has ever been given upon this planet Earth throughout the entire 14.5 million years. And we are only asking you to say yes to life and to keep on cooperating with us and the universal laws of life to the best of your ability, and that is all. We are not asking you to do or be something that we do not know you cannot yet achieve. We take it in increments. We take it in degrees. We take it in levels, just as you do in your own schools, your colleges, and universities. Remember, and do not forget, we have made it crystal clear unto you. Time and space are now your best friends, not your enemies, as has been in the past. You have struggled and fought, oh, so many times, with time and space. It has been your crux down here. It has held you in more limitations than you care to recollect. And that is good that you do not recollect it. But now, rather begin collecting new memories, new feelings, new experiences, new thought patterns about time and space, and begin to work and cooperate consciously with time and space. Time and space are malleable. You can bend them. You can weave them. You can use them either to your advantage or disadvantage, as you will. Now we move forward using all to our advantage. As the Master Jesus has said unto you, the last enemy you must overcome is death. I hope now you realize that you are overcoming that last so-called enemy known as death, termed death. And yet, how well it was spoken in that soliloquy yesterday, that the mass of the people, well, actually all of the people, until they remember that there's something more before birth and after death, they all dread the thought and the experience of dying. They're so afraid of death. They live their whole life scared, frightened, fearing the experience of death, going to hell, going to purgatory, going to somewhere to suffer for their sins. And yet there are babies, children, that die or experience the change called death before they even have the opportunity to create any so-called sin against life. Do you not see how stupid, how idiotic all of these ideas are? This is all the fabrication of mortal mind, of the altered ego. Death cannot touch you. For every day you are living in this third dimension, you are passing through the vibrations and frequencies of the very entity of death itself. And yet are you dying every day on the instant you pass through those energies? The atmosphere, dear hearts, is charged with it. And yet, to come with me and all of us and realize there is no death. Or rather, I should put it this way. Death is not an eternal activity of creation. Death is a temporal experience created to give the soul, to give the life stream a little rest, a little break from all the havoc and the distress and the craziness they experience in this third dimension. When death comes upon the body, the higher mental body takes the unfed flame up to the planes of bliss, rests for a while, takes a break. Most of them, some want to come right back down, but majority look things over. Let's see how that life went, and let's see who my new parents, perhaps grandparents, aunts, uncles, relatives will be. Let's see what character I would like to play in this next embodiment. Maybe this time I'll be a doctor. Maybe next time a cowboy. Maybe next time a farmer. Another time an astronaut. Well, not in the past centuries, but now you can choose that character. You see, and let me add to this now, there will be many new roles and characters that a life stream can play as civilization advances upon planet Earth. There will be so many more new opportunities to bring one's greater gifts into physical reality, and to do so with such happiness and joy and sense of feeling true fulfillment within their lives and not wanting anything from anyone else. Just to be a part of the whole creation and add unto it, knowing that what they've come to do is what they've come to do. And not only that, much less of the pressure of the discordant creation that has built up in this world will have then been removed. And may I encourage you this moment to take a moment to honor your own calls and decrees, your own greater life, for you have been instrumental in assuring that this could happen and unfold, especially for those that have waited and keep on waiting until there is very little, if not none, of the duality consciousness upon the earth before they come into physical embodiment. They say no to getting entangled in the human creation. They desire to be as pure and innocent and whole as they are in the greater dimensions of life when they come into physical embodiment in the third dimension. No part of them. And that goes to show their own stubbornness, that they will not come down here until they know they will be absolutely untouched by the discord in the outer world. Now, all of you might say to I, Hercules, now, why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I choose that path? Why wasn't I that wise? Oh, dear hearts, let's not go down that road, but let me, for encouragement, say to you this moment that in your saying yes to being upon the earth at this now time, your causal body will be filled with so much more attainment than you could possibly imagine. The rewards, and I say it that way, and that is but the reaping of what you have sown. You are sowing every single moment of your life in this octave, in this now embodiment, the qualities, the activities of courage, of bravery, of steadfastness, of sheer waves of endless determination. You are putting forth the greater qualities of the inner God being that you are. That is coming to the surface. So when those of the outer world that seek the power, the greed, the control, you will be my Herculean feeling of absolute fearlessness. You will stand, face, and conquer in the fullness of your glorious, untouchable Christ presence. Embrace all that life is offering you. Recall often that nothing comes into your experience side of life unless life, your higher discerning intelligence, deems you are ready for it. If something is showing up in your life, then that ought to automatically trigger within you the knowing that I have everything within myself to allow the grace of God to reveal the ascended master's solution here to that which is showing up in your life. We will do everything in our power to project at the inner levels and to work behind the scenes to assist you to maintain and sustain a newfound level of calmness, of Herculean poise, of composure within your multi-body system, even as you behold something you would call crazy happen in the outer world. It will be, as the Master said, these things move not me. None of those things will trigger you or stir you at all. You will be as a standing pond, perfectly calm and reflecting the beauty of the scenery of the surrounding nature. And perhaps in that moment, when it is autumn, when the leaves are most colorful, and a few clouds in the sky, and yet bursts of sunshine blazing through them, and the water, the surface of the pond or the lake, reflects back the beauty of Mother Nature. You yourselves will become a perfect reflection of the inner beauty of your great God self. People will see it, People will feel it, they will sense it, and eventually, when your great God self deems the moment has arrived, they will hear it in spoken word. They will feel the word of God, Goddess, all that is, becoming flesh. As the word of God, in its sacred sounds, in its sacred vibrations, frequencies, and resonances, it will draw the universal light substance to perform what the world calls miracles. Let us embrace it with ease and grace, and let us this year, moving forward, become Herculean in our meditations, in our willingness and determination to turn within and enter into the sacred silence and stillness and reach the depths of our consciousness and feel the emerging essential self coming to the surface as it releases the sunshine, the light of its love into every space and place of our consciousness, our being, our world. I am Hercules. I am the first Elohim that comes to you on the first ray, the cosmic blue ray. I offer you my cosmic blue ray and flame. I will do my best to intensify the sevenfold blue flame that is mine to gift, where all seven of our seven mighty Elohim's flame in your forehead will turn blue. In that moment, it will be I, Hercules, that am working with that sevenfold flame to adjust your thought patterns, to work with the substance of your mental body, to ready you to have new thoughts, because you cannot have a new world of physical manifestation if you do not first have new thoughts of a more beautiful, harmonious, peaceful, uplifting, glorious world. And not only that, my sevenfold blue flame will deliver the right thinking patterns and processes within your mental body and brain structure to enable you to more easily adapt to the incoming presence of God's power, because you must have divine power in order to bring about divine changes in this world. Too many people fear the word, the activity, the quality of power. That has to stop if you are going to become an untouchable Christ being. Embrace power, knowing that this power is God's power, charged with divine love, guided, directed, and controlled by divine wisdom. It can never be used to harm yourself or another part of life, of creation. So I commend you to my sevenfold blue flame and all the power and powerful thoughts it will gift every one of you. And those thoughts, not only will you have powerful thoughts, but that will lead to powerful feelings. And those powerful feelings will lead to powerful actions, powerful deeds, powerful demonstrations of love and wisdom in action. You are most welcome, beloved Magdalene Roses. I am Hercules, and I have your back. Be strong. Feel the strength of the inner light, the inner love, the inner activities of the sacred fire, and go forth and be all that you were created to be in the great central sun. Feel your oneness with the Heavenly Father and Mother as the Holy Trinity is restored, and soon the divine Trinitization will unfold in your lives, as it did for Moses, Jesus, and Elijah, as it did for Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, as it did for Osiris, Isis, and Horus, so too shall it come for each of you. Beloved mighty Elohim Hercules, we are so grateful for your presence with us this day. We ask the infinite ion presence in the great central sun to bless you for eternity for your service to humankind in this earth, and we welcome the fullness of your sevenfold blue flame, ever present and ever active within our consciousness, being, and world, and we embrace the return of the sevenfold flame of the seven mighty Elohim, made visible and tangible everywhere around the world. All right, beloved hearts, mighty victory's coming in, so let us pour the love of our hearts, the love of our flame, through our mighty ion presence to the golden avatar, beloved mighty victory, as he comes to speak to us this day. May his cosmic heart flame reveal all that it desires to, and may each of us become that empty crystal cup that receives the full outpouring, the full flood of his victorious cosmic presence, power, and intelligence, fully active in our beings and worlds. We love you and we welcome you, beloved mighty victory. Greetings, beloved roses of Mother Akasha's family. Oh, I see I left out Magdalene. Greetings, Magdalene roses of Mother Akasha's family. Victory is with you through the live stream of your messenger Excalibur. And how I myself am rejoicing in my golden temple in the electronic belt around the physical sun, seeing how you have all come as far as you have, and knowing that you are all choosing the path of victory. You are all walking upon the road to victory, and you are being filled daily with the love of my heart's flame of immortal victory. You have, and I will say it plainly, nothing at all to fear. You have no reason to fear. You have no encouragement from any of us to fear. Yes, the outer world will become a scary place if there's mighty wonders to be discovered in those two letters in your future use of that word if. The world will become a scary place, but only if you yourselves allow the energy coming from your I am presence to re-qualify it with scariness, with frightfulness, with all the various words that could impose such vibrations and frequencies upon your own consciousness. I am coming in today with my legions of angels of victory. They're quite tall, these angels, varying from 7 feet to 12 feet tall. These angels will assist me whilst I am in your midst to start laying out the framework, the blueprints, to guarantee that you become my victory in ways that does not allow you to let the outer world scare you or frighten you in any way or by any means. That you can live day in and day out, night in and night out, in the full feeling of all that I released into your consciousness, into your outer physical hands and use when I came in the closing days of last year in my Ascended Masters broadcast, and declared and offered unto you the fullness of my cosmic security, that you might be in this world and feel the fullness of victory's cosmic security fully present and active within the multi-body system of your entire consciousness, that you would feel victory's cosmic flame of cosmic safety and security in victorious action, in, through, and around you, blazing out in all directions. I am not here to cause you to fear. I am not here to encourage you to doubt, to fear, to open your consciousness to the tragedies and the horrors that will play themselves out in the outer world. Now we are coming to you and telling you these things will happen. So do not come to us or your messengers from here on afterwards and say to them, why are these things happening? Why are these things unfolding? How could this happen? How could you let this occur? Such nonsense and such a waste of your own I am presence, great God-given, loving energy. stop that nonsense right now if you desire to continue to be addressed as Magdalene Roses. You will rise up and demonstrate being the vibratory action of a Magdalene's presence in action. We will not tolerate human nonsense going forward. Mother Akasha, Father Asan, Maitreya, the great divine director, myself and many others, especially the Sanat Kumara, will be overlighting these messengers, and I myself, along with Maitreya, Hercules, Mary Magdalene, Jesus the Christ, the mighty Saint Germain, and a few others, will be what you will call causations of experiences that students may not like. Just as they so yesterday chose to misconstrue, misunderstand the deliberate and perfect execution of the delivery of the words that she spoke through her messenger, number one, Usa, and then come and write an email that we were emotionally upset. We were moved. We were stirred. Oh, you hurt us. Are you kidding me right now? And you desire to call yourself a Magdalene Rose? You think you're hurt at this moment in time, what she spoke. Oh, you have no idea what is coming into your consciousness, into your living room, when we choose to come and have full access and speak through the messengers and deliver the word of God and the truth as we see it, and we see it, and we feel it, and we know it with absolute certainty and absolute perfection. And who of you unillumined, yet in this octave, without full, complete, conscious access to your higher Christ mind, can tell us whether or not we know what we are speaking into, when we have full access to the entire etheric and akashic records and more than you could possibly imagine? You waste the messenger's time. You waste our time. You waste your own evolution in becoming a great God being on earth in physical embodiment, and you usurp the great God energy gifted you by your I Am presence to put forth such human nonsense. It could, if I allowed it, make me sick at heart. But I do not grieve at your follies. Rather, I take the higher road as I always have, and I see past your human nonsense, and I look to the great God presence within you at the center of your consciousness, and I draw through the power of supermagnetism that great God presence forth to the surface, that you will realize what you are doing, and you will stop it, and you will embrace the word of God, the truth of the I Am presence, and will not any longer allow your human nonsense to misconstrue, misunderstand, or take out of context the ascended master's discourse or dictation. It is absolute human nonsense, and it is absolutely unacceptable. Now, you have no idea the stress this places on this messenger and the other messenger. When you come along from your side after hearing us speak through them and then put your 2 cents in on our words that we have consciously chosen to speak through them, they are both caught in the middle. You come to them and say you want to advance. You want to hear more from Mother Akasha and Father Asan and others of the ascended and angelic host. And yet, when we bring you more, as the goddess of justice did yesterday, you still come along and think you're right in what you have to say, regarding what the ascended master, such as the goddess of justice, had to say. Do you think you are demonstrating divine justice? Absolutely not. And if you desire divine justice, you are going to get divine justice. Every little bit of it and every mega bit of it. Now I have to hold this messenger steady because you right now, I can already see, are misinterpreting my expression through him. And you think I am angry. You think I am upset. You have no idea the intricacies that take place right now in the energy I am releasing through his embodiment to keep his human creation at bay and allow his higher Christ self to keep all the energies perfectly balanced and neutral, that I can deliver my words with my flame and feeling of victory into your lives, into your consciousness, that we can have some growth and expansion, that we can experience a new level of maturity within ourselves in becoming Magdalene Roses in this world. Setting aside our human creation and allowing ourselves to demonstrate something greater that comes and can only come from within. I am not breaking the messenger's eye contact with you right now. I am looking you straight in the eyes because I love you, because I desire you to rise up and above, up and beyond, into that which is right above you and right here, right now within you. You have had, throughout the years, received encouragement from forces, from activities, from beings, and call them human beings, you have met in the outer world. They have motivated you. They have encouraged you. They have done all that they were destined to do at that time upon meeting them in your lives to get you to where you are today. But I must make it very clear to you this day that no longer can you find or seek encouragement in the outer world. That encouragement is not enough to cause you to go the distance, to cause you to achieve becoming an untouchable Christ being and living the word of God, that thou mightest very well be visibly and tangibly the living light unto the nations of the world. The outer world's encouragement will not do it for you. Encouragement, motivation, inspiration, all of these vibrations, frequencies, qualities, activities, all of these mighty energies must now come directly from your own I am presence. Come directly from the ascended master's octaves of life. Must come from the heart flame of the physical sun, the heart flame of the great central sun, and other systems of worlds and constellations that know not but victory, victory, victory. That know not but the light of God that never fails. Though not but the love of Goddess that always fulfills. Knows not but the truth of God, Goddess, all that is, which always prevails. You will find your own life compelling you to seek truth for the truth's sake itself, and that is all. Not to belittle anyone else, not to exercise in feeling that you are bigger, larger, or more than someone else. Because within this heart and within your own heart is the exact same mighty unfed flame of the infinite I am presence in the great central sun. That unfed flame within your heart, unified with the sevenfold flame in your brain, now seeks perfect balance and equilibrium within your multi-body system. to enable all of you, beloved of a Mother Akasha's heart, to hear us when we come to speak and when we come to turn up and turn on our forces of our divine energies, our divine vibrations, our divine frequencies, and charge them into your consciousness as we speak the crystal cups, the words that we consciously choose through your messengers, that you might receive them, integrate them, assimilate them, and fully take them on in all that we desire them charged to do within your consciousness, your being and world, and not get any backlash from you. In regards to the Goddess of Justice's discourse yesterday, how do you think she feels in coming to you as the overlighting Ascended Master's consciousness outpouring of this month of January? As the Ascended Master elect of this year 2021, what kind of invitation or welcoming or greeting does that give unto her when you come back to requalify her words spoken unto you? If you take it personally, as you are right now, and you continue to take it personally, you will not evolve. You will not become the fullness of the Magdalene Rose's presence on earth. You will not become an untouchable Christ being. We have said unto you to be impartial, be indifferent, and be impersonal. You are not a Jew. You are not a Hindu. You are not a Buddhist. You are not a Christian. You are not, and I can go on and on and on. You are not any of these labels. You are the mighty I Am Presence. And that is it. You are not Canadian. You are not American. You are not Australian. You are not any of these nationalities. And I am speaking up and beyond what you experience in your third dimension. Perhaps your passport says you are this, that, or another nationality. Perhaps your birth certificate and whatever other so-called certificates you have say you are this, that, or the other thing. These are all labels in the third dimension to keep you bound and limited and to keep you fighting against one another. You must rise above all of this. Enter into the knowingness that within yourself and above yourself is the mighty I Am Presence. That mighty I Am Presence is everything. It is everyone, and it is and flows through everything throughout the universe. Your life will quickly compel you to become the unity and the oneness of life. As said to you before, you will discover the one within the many and the many within the one. I am about to relax the messenger's garment, and I will seat it back down. But just before I do, let this be a prime example as to why Mother Akasha and even the Goddess of Justice herself, which she spoke into yesterday, have not said more unto you, have not revealed more unto you. Let this be a perfect example unto you why we withhold so much information and so much historical information, past, present, and future from you, because of your darn humility, your darn human ability to misconstrue and misunderstand and twist and turn our words to your liking, to your benefit, to your human reasoning that allows you to come back and question us, argue with us, and waste God's great time, energy, and space, accomplishing nothing. If that offended you, what the goddess of justice revealed yesterday, then I encourage you to see how she spoke truth and nothing but the truth. Read Saint Germain's, William Shakespeare's play, The Merchant of Venice, Shylock the Jew, and see whether or not the goddess of justice was mild in her description of so-called Jews. You have no idea, dear hearts, what is coming your way. And if you could read that play, as said earlier, O learn to read what silent love hath writ. To hear with eyes belongs to love's fine wit. Then you will see the eternal truth of the universal wisdom that flows throughout his writings. And you will see, just because one Jew, one Buddhist, one Hindu, one Christian is selfish, is greedy, desires profit, desires power, covets control, and so on and so forth, does not mean that the whole nation is infected as that one individual is. Once again, we have to draw your attention up and out of the turmoil of the human theater. As I said, if what the goddess of justice spoke yesterday offended you, read that play and have Shakespeare, unbridled, unadulterated, full-blown, perfect use of the Old English language, slander Shylock the Jew, and show you the human creation that was within his consciousness and expressed through him. At the end of the day, he repented. At the end of the day, he was compelled by divine justice to turn from being a Jew to being a Christian. That, to a Jew at that time, was humiliating in front of all his congregation and his peers. So, you have no idea how life can come along and humble you and cause you to experience humility in a holy instant of what we call atonement, that you might come to at-one-ment with the truth of who and what you are, and that which everyone else truly is beyond the veil. That henceforth thou mightest know no man nor woman after the flesh, but wholly as the Spirit of the great God Presence, the mighty I Am. This will not be, and I can already see, the only time that I, Maitreya, or others will come and have to speak in such like manner again. It is not our desire to do so, but the cosmic law reveals now, if the student body en masse is to accelerate their own growth and expansion and become the universal laws of love, peace, and harmony in embodiment, in expression, in demonstration, in thought, feeling, spoken word, and action, then there must be absolute harmony within the feeling body of the student body. There must be absolute peace within the mental body of the student body. And there must be cooperation amongst the entire student body, student unto student, regardless of their past or current faith, religion, and etc., any associations. We must look past all of that, and we must not come along and question the words of an ascended master. we must hear them. And if we did not hear them in the moment, whilst the ascended master was discoursing through the messenger, then it is wisdom on thy part to, in this moment, hear I victory, encourage you to go back and re-listen. And if still there is something irking you, then enter into the sacred fire for an hour or more. Cleanse and purify your consciousness. Once you feel all is settled within yourself, then return to the discourse and take it in and see if life will not help you to fully understand, comprehend, and know what we are revealing unto you. I am done. I have spoken. I do not mean I am done discoursing. I'm certain I have a few more minutes.
15 minutes.
That's more like it, son. Well, well. Now that we have that out of the way, and who would have thought that it could be done in such a small, enclosed area? One might feel like they are trapped in a nutshell right now, experiencing themselves as a kernel, waiting for a squirrel or some animal to come and crack the shell that the kernel might receive some light, and in receiving light, begin its journey back unto the light. Well, have you thought of it like that? When you see a kernel that you know has within it a seed, and within that seed is contained its original divine blueprint, and then that seed receives the light as the kernel, well, the nut is cracked and the seed comes forth from it, you see now, dear hearts, that the roots go down into the ground, and we've given you the statement, God is the roots of which I am well grounded, and sometimes it is said, God is the ground in which I am well rooted. So either way, but if we are keeping God with all of the tree and not the earth itself, then God is the roots of which I am well grounded. Christ is the tree, and I am the branch. That seedling automatically knows within itself, I am to reach the heavens. I am to reach for the sky. I am not to stay grounded here on the earth plane. And it begins to, well, the stem comes forth, then many stems, and then leaves and branches, and you have the trunk. And then there, from that one seed, comes flowers, and then from those flowers comes fruits, and from those fruits comes many seeds. You were always intended to be able to create many of yourselves. Now you have been told in the past, and we have shared it with you, you've had those opportunities where you've had many selves running around on the earth, just like beloved Saint Germain did in his last few moments upon the earth before his ascension. But unlike him, you weren't able to keep full conscious control of all of those outer selves. And you got yourselves into trouble. I said selves, not self. Well, in entering into this new 7th golden crystal age, once you master your first self, this one you have right now, there will be dispensations that are gifted to those who have proven themselves the very embodiment of essential harmlessness. If you cannot harm yourself or any other part of life, then in that moment it is decreed that you are free to access the limitless energy of the universe. Before there is energy, there is light. Let me say it this way. We start with light. Then from light, we have energy. Then from energy, we have substance. Now we have light, energy, and substance coming into physical form. All three beforehand are formless. Once they are all combined, they become form. Now, that form can eventually return to being formless, from substance to energy to light. Let me keep expanding your consciousness here and ideas within your mind. That you are ready, more than you realize, for an influx of more light, more energy, more substance to come into your form and the forms that surround you directly from your I Am Presence, directly from our Ascended Master temples, temples of art, temples of dance, temples of music, temples of light, temples of love, temples of the sacred fire, temples of sacred geometries, temples of elementals, temples of angels, temples of ascended masters, temples of great cosmic beings, temples of the elixir of life itself. You are more than ready. And today, I am opening the way, using my authority as a golden avatar to draw the drawbridge, to open the doorways, to allow an influx all under the discernment of your higher mental body for more light, more energy, and more substance into your physical form, your atomic structure. But this light, energy, and substance will penetrate your entire consciousness. So all the forms that are in your consciousness will receive the radiation of this new inpouring of divine light, energy, and substance. Now you have heard us. If I am to sum all three together, or combine all three together, you would hear us use the term cosmic light substance. But here I have taken it all apart so that you can return to your original divine source, which is light. Light, and from light comes energy. From energy comes substance, and from the substance comes form. And again, when the form has performed what life desired of it, then it returns to the formless. From form, substance, to energy, to light. And then it is recycled, it is reused, it is requalified for some other manifestation throughout the universe. Now let me help you to gain a new awareness today that will, in a way, seem, and it's natural, unbelievable. And yet, it is more than believable. It is knowable, because I know it. We all know it. Your I Am Presence knows it. Your higher mental body knows it. The grand cosmic being within you knows it. That in our universe, now there are many universes throughout the cosmos. And when we use the word or term or phrase universe, one verse, we desire you to know right now, especially I do, that when we say universe, automatically your mind forms an idea of something so vast, so expansive, that you could never possibly ever know what a universe truly is. That you could never possibly attain the definition of the word, the term, the phrase, universe. But here is my searchlight, my spotlight, golden avatar, brilliant light, shining into your mental body today. You have heard us use it once in a while, but very rarely. We will say from the infinitesimal to the infinite. We will sometimes say, but very rarely, from the microcosm to the macrocosm. Now here's what's going to blow the socks right off of you, is that when we say universe, it does not mean something so vast, so expansive that it is not experiential. You could not possibly experience it. That's not what we're saying, dear hearts. The universe is not so big or gigantic or huge as you think it is. Depending upon the universe we are speaking of. Now, we can have a micro universe or a macro universe. Consciousness is infinite. Consciousness is not limited unto just a physical body, not just a human body, an elemental body, an insect's body, a creature's body, your bacteria's bodies. What if all of a sudden, in the next moment, I had the authority of the great divine director to put you all to sleep, your physical bodies to sleep, take you in your light body into a micro universe where we find all of ourselves as amoeba, where we are these itty bitty tiny unperceivable creatures that you cannot even see them with your physical sight, let alone some of the most powerful microscopes. And in that moment, we are identifying ourselves as amoeba, and we are speaking of our universe which could fit into, well, you all have different sizes of toes. Let us say on a needle, the pinhead, that is the universe for that amoeba, and all of us as amoeba, and say there's 10 billion of us on there. And yet that pinhead would be space large enough for us to never even meet each other in millions of years as you measure time. And we could journey and journey around the globe of that pinhead and make discovery after discovery after discovery. Life is infinite. Life is eternal. Life is immortal. And life is getting ready to greet you. Life from Mercury, life from Venus, life on Mars, life from Jupiter, life from Ceres, life from Saturn, life on Uranus, life on Neptune, life on Pluto, life on Chiron, and other systems of worlds and constellations, Perseus, Pegasus, Ophiuchus, the Andromeda galaxy, the constellation Cassiopeia, the constellation Hercules, the constellation Cygnus, that has the summer triangle, and the mighty stars Deneb, Altair, and Vega. And Vega used to be the pole star of our system of worlds. Then, with cycles of time, Polaris took over. Life is always in perpetual motion. Life is always evolving. Life never stops becoming something more. But life can, as it is in the third dimension, and let it be known that this is an experimental realm. It's a world of perishability. It's a world of ashes to ashes. It's a world of dust to dust. It is a world that is temporal. Nothing in it is permanent. Nothing good, nothing bad. The only thing that is permanent is the I Am Presence and the permanent atom Cadman, the super electron, the unfed flame within the physical heart. Anything, though, in any moment, is able to become permanent when the individualized flame qualifies it so. And all that you come to build in the seventh golden crystal permanent age will be made self-luminous, imperishable substance. As I spoke into light, energy, substance, into form. You will manifest, you will create the most beautiful buildings, the most magnificent structures, the most wonderful homes, and places to come and study the Ascended Master teachings, the Tree of Life teachings. You are the victory of life right now. And how about that? How many times when you greet each other do you look each other in the eyes without judgment, without shame, without guilt, without any human quality, and can say to them wholeheartedly, you are the victory of life right now? Instead of saying to them, oh, you look so tired right now. Your response ought to be, if another student says that to you, well, you don't look too awake, alert, or alive yourself right now. Have some humor, have some fun. Seriously, though, sometimes we wonder when we observe the theater down here, how you say some of the things you say. It's like, did they even use their mental capacity or the mental body given them by God to think what they just said? Did they even check in with their heart and feel into what they just said? No, they couldn't have. But sometimes it just happens. It just happens. But here's the victorious word of God coming from victory. You all get past it. You all move above and beyond it. And that is the vision that I hold and know for every one of you, beloved Magdalene Roses of Mother Akasha's family. I am the victory of your life right now, and you are my victorious disciples upon the earth. And disciples does not mean you're masculine. Disciples means you are a student of life. And Jesus had disciples who are in the feminine embodiment. Oh, the day we shall rejoice, and you shall hear the music of the spheres play through your ears and through the atmosphere of earth, when we can get even a few of you past this whole ordeal of gender, of being a male or a female, being in a masculine body or a feminine body, that we can assist you to truly see and know the truth, that you are the unfed flame, which is either 70% light, 30% love, or 70% love, 30% light. It is, in our cosmic terms of mathematics, a perfect balance, so one can completely know the other, without consternation or confusion. How else could Mother Akasha and Father Asun put on such a wonderful show for all of you? I am the victory of the mighty unfed flame of the Heavenly Father and Mother in the great central sun, and I enfold you always in the cosmic flame of my heart of eternal victory. May this new year of 2021 be the best that has yet to come for each of you, beloved hearts. God bless you in the fullness of the glorious God presence that is within and above, and awaiting to greet every one of you. And unlike a son this morning, I will not apologize for my words, nor will I for the goddess of justice. You ought to be on your knees apologizing and begging for mercy, that she is merciful and divinely just with your own life streams. For you have much, or you have had, and you may still have, some of you, and I speak for many who will just awaken. You have much of your own to yet deal with, that you will require her divine intervention and assistance to help you to be free, because you do not know everything, because you still have the veils, whereas we do not. We love you. Beloved Mighty Victory, we are so grateful for your presence with us this day. We ask our beloved Mighty Eye and Presence to bless you for eternity, for keeping your all-seeing eye of God ever watching upon us, our lives and all our loved ones, opening every door into the Ascended Master's octave of light, that we may come into the fullness of the experience of being the great God Presence incarnate on earth and fulfilling the victorious perfection of this divine plan for this seventh golden age. We thank you, beloved Mighty Victory, and ever adore you and look unto thee for the pure example of being the Mighty Eye and Presence in action. 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 Action.
And now it's time for the Mother's Presence that comes to us through beloved Mother Metta. And of course, she represents the Cave of Light, the family, our ascended family from India, and we're so grateful for her love. And we call upon the unfed flame in our hearts to expand and to offer our love to beloved Metta, who comes to be with us this hour. Greetings, beloved Magdalene Roses. It is I, Mother Metta, who greet you from the Cave of Light of India. I am grateful to be a part of your weekend. This weekend, and at other times in your classes, I feel that you ought by now have the understanding. Perhaps the understanding must deepen, embed itself with such conviction, yet you have the understanding. It has been spoken of sufficiently that there is no punishing, judgmental God. There is no hand of God retribution. I feel this has been echoed through the discourses, that you understand this. The journey before you is to embed it so that your lives reflect this knowing. Now, I do not feel the same way about the other half, because that's half of a truth that must find its way through your being. But the other half, I am not convinced that you have it, you understand it, you comprehend it. Because if you did, you would be much more careful about your thoughts, about your words, about your conduct. So the truth of existence is revealed by beloved Jesus. The laws governing existence are the laws that all of us who have gained our freedoms in the ascension, who live in the unified Christ consciousness, laws of sowing and reaping, laws of cause and effect. It is these laws that naturally are creating every limitation in your life. So you see, you faced the first part, but you haven't completely faced the second part. Because if you completely faced it, then you would realize you have some work on your hands still. So, beloved hearts, that's why we're here, to help you. On average, any citizen of the world, those awake, those not awake, how many thoughts do you suppose a person has every hour that they are awake? Physically awake, not sleeping. 16 hours a day. How many thoughts? Is it possible that sometimes you may think 10 thoughts in a minute? Is that possible? Then 10 minutes or 1 minute and then 60 minutes. Is it not possible that you could then be thinking 500 to 600 thoughts in an hour? Am I right? Multiply that by 16 hours, and you're well over 5,000 thoughts a day, reaching up to 8,000 thoughts a day. Oftentimes, you have thoughts that you are not consciously aware that you're thinking. If you're an individual in which when you arise in the morning, and especially if you live alone and have become so accustomed to the noise, the background noise of the world, there may be a tendency to turn on the radio, to turn on the television, or to turn on the internet so that you can read. Whatever it is, compare your first 2 hours of having that stimuli that comes to you, whether through the audio word, the spoken word, or the written word. And while in your first hour or more, when you awaken in that day and that stimuli is coming in, not realizing that that stimuli, whether you're reading it or listening to it, is actually contributing to, how shall I say, giving thrust to what will be the outer expression of thoughts and words throughout the day. Compare that to those who've come to enjoy benefits of the silence. Those who enjoy waking up quietly and enjoy keeping all that stimulation, televisions, radios, internet, just turned off for the first hour or so. You're already in the kitchen making coffee or tea or breakfast. And if you could look into brain-mind function of those who have a momentum of starting their days rather quietly, no need for all this mental stimulation of thoughts and words, spoken or read. If you could look at the momentum of time and days, compare that to the momentum of time and days in which individuals, as soon as they wake up in the morning, refresh themselves in the washroom, go out into the living rooms or care rooms or kitchens and turn on instruments where they're then listening in the background. And they have a momentum of this. In fact, the momentum is so great that having that stimulation of noise is necessary, or having the stimulation of silence is necessary. Where are you? Yet to understand, and meditation now is in your friend in teaching you to enjoy the silence, because there are a number of other factors here. The silence compels you to face you. The silence compels you to be with yourself. And there's many in the masses who do not wish to face that. So turn on the noise. Yet the more you turn the noise on, what you are unaware is an agitation of brain function that the brain will want the mental stimulation. And once it starts getting it in, then the brain turns on, cooperates with the mind, and starts the thinking apparatus. The thinking apparatus. Through meditation and your studies, you are giving yourself a God blessing and a God advantage. Introduced to the silence, I am not convinced yet that all of you have risen in love with the silence the way you ought to be. I am not convinced that you have enjoyed the silence. You're in love with the silence, and you have seen the silence provide a benefit in which you are able to articulate your thoughts, your words in an even finer, expressive way. I am not convinced that you're there either. So, if there is no God, if there is no force of creation punishing you, creating forces of limitation in your world, then you must be wise. You must be discerning with the knowledge you have been given. But I, Metta, as a mother, I feel the one half of it is well announced, but I feel the other half. So where is the retribution coming from? Where is the limitations coming from? Where is the restriction on your desires being fulfilled coming from? From the accumulated force of your thoughts and words and actions, what is in your mind and heart. Many have felt, many have voiced, that it almost feels like there's a force in the world working against them, some mysterious force, if not God itself. Yes, they are correct that there is a force in many of the lives of the people that are working against them. What is not understood is that force comes from all of you. You create your own mental force fields, your behavioral force fields, your emotional force fields. And when you add continuity, day in, day out, you now have a force. And every new day where it's the same thoughts or thoughts of a similar nature, you are adding to that force. How do you counteract it? Do you have to go after every single thought you think? It's in your nature as you awaken to observe, yet it also to understand that as you become aware of the 9 attributes of the universal consciousness, we live by those attributes, or rather, those attributes live in us. Because those attributes live in us, we do not have careless or casual thought-taking. Our minds, our minds are quiet, and our brain, because our minds are quiet when we desire them to be, our brain function is freed up to do many other more important things. Let me say that again. When we allow quietness in our minds, periods of stillness, our brain function, many of the brain functions are freed up to do much more important work than providing the brain energy and mechanism to function thoughts of the mind. Eventually your values, eventually your decisions and your efforts will take care of the vast majority of this situation. As a son has said to you many times, you have to find ways of getting out of which you all have participated in. You are already separated, yet every day, almost all of you are creating your little bridges into the world consciousness. When there is a situation and a certain person in the world, and some like that situation or person, and some don't like that situation or person. Those who don't like that situation or person, if they find themselves saying, "Good riddance," that person has added to their own force of limitation. So, beloved hearts, when are you going to get it? Or maybe you get it, but you don't accept it. That every thought you're thinking will add to the force already in your world that's limiting you, or will be new thoughts, change of mind, change of hearts, which create new force fields that are not choking with human opinions. If only you would have listened to your Papa 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. If only you would have trusted him and listened to him when he began inviting you to have no opinions. It seemed too much that Papa was asking you too much. What? Not to opine? That is human nature. Well, of course he knew it was human nature. And he knew he would have to keep reminding you 1,000 times and more. And he's by nature is forgiving, and therefore he continues to remind you. Do you understand? I personally love the golden goodie he gave you a couple years ago. That when you don't, yours, precious hearts, grow up and being the spiritual beings. It's not your place anymore. It's not. I am your mother, Meta, and you have known me before. And we have a very important appointment that I come to tell you about once the tribulation is over. Yet before I get to that, I say to you, realize that the great undoing of so many of the forces of limitation, so much, 70% of it will just wash away if you could fulfill a son's wish to have no opinion. But that will not take place until you realize it is not your station. It is if you want to be part of the world consciousness, then fine. But if you wish to grow into Christ's station, it is not your place anymore. It is not even your personal right to say, I like this person, I dislike this person. It isn't. Jesus Christ never said, I don't like you. Jesus Christ could see inside people. He could see what they were made of. He could see their sincerity or their jealousy. He could see it all. And he would simply say, what I have to offer is not for you. So it's best you stand aside. He didn't say, good riddance. I don't like you. Your son has given you a golden goodie. Rise, seize it. That if there is a person or condition in the world, that the best way to keep yourself neutral, harmless to self, is to simply say something like, especially if you're asked, but sometimes you're not even asked, and you just can't wait to just say what you have to say. The best safe place to be in about things, conditions, or people is to simply say, I'm just not in alignment with what this person is saying and doing. And that's all I have to say. That's beautiful. That's your right. But I don't think all of you, I think some of you are there, but I don't think all of you, because the temptation, as quickly as you say what a son or I would encourage you to say, you'd have to, a short breath, and you'd say, but still good riddance to him. You don't understand. You don't believe it. And it's because you don't believe it. Will you hear me? The truth is, you don't believe that every thought is manifesting. You don't believe it. You actually think that you can get away with it. That you can get away with continuing to opine. My children, I am Mother Metta. I am too. I am a world mother. You are as much my children. And I say to you, it is just as much your quiet thoughts as the thoughts that you speak. Every one of them counts. Some of you, in hearing my words today, say, oh my gosh, Mother Metta, I must as well put a bandage over my mouth. You're right. If that's what it takes, put your mask on. Or something on. Better to keep the lips tight. Because precious hearts, face the fact. If I continue to have an unkind thought about someone because I don't agree with them, just because someone is acting in a certain way, does that give me the right to espouse an unkind thought? Somewhere you're missing the laws, and this is what Jesus saw. We've all seen it. All of it who've risen into Christ consciousness. We see every thought, every word, deed, action sets into motion. You are beings of cause, and your lives are saturated with effects. Now the effects are getting a little better because your minds are getting a little better. And because most importantly, the worst part, what Jesus would use the word evil, has been removed from your being. But it's not just evil. Every negative thought towards anything or anyone, even saying, I never liked you, I never believed in you, good riddance. That is negative. And that will add to the force. It's not that that one thought is going to go out and attract to you. It will add to the collective force of your style of thinking. And it's your style of thinking. It's the momentum of that. So just as you were asked the other day, I will ask you, I'll ask it in a slightly different way. First of all, I will ask you to go inside for a moment and think about some of your desires. Every ascended master will tell you, it is not up to us to tell you, to advise you of what to desire or not to desire. We honor your free will. Go ahead, desire away. Just do it with as much love as you can. That's the only guidance we've given you. But now go within and ask yourself, have there been any long-standing desires that have not been fulfilled? You think of career or family or being alone and how long you've desired a love muffin. Oh, should that be included? Absolutely. Because how close is that to you? Now, not everyone wants a love muffin. Some people enjoy being where they are. There's other things. There's other mountains to climb. That's not for us to say. But if you've desired a love muffin and it's 3 years later or 10 years later, my goodness, put the brakes, pull on the ropes of the horse, stop. Face your life. If I have desired someone or something or some activity and it has not come to pass, there must be something that is resisting that fulfillment, especially something that is so close to me. So then, what is so close to me in my own thinking, in my own perceptions, and how I hold others accountable and not myself, and how I point fingers, except not at myself. All of it. Are you willing? Are you, every one of you? Ask yourself. Accountability, responsibility. You've heard the first part of the message. Hip, hip, hooray. Good for you. That shouldn't be difficult to hear. That should be good news. Celebrate. Let's go have a glass of wine. God doesn't judge us after all. Wonderful. Not too hard to accept. Maybe a little bit more challenging to accept that every thought I'm thinking is contributing to the force field of mind over matter and is determining the kind of matter that shows up in my life. What is it that I desire? I have a right to God's good health in my body. Of course, that's one of my primal desires. Yet not a month passes by, I don't have health problems. What is resisting that desire fulfilled? I feel I've been alone so much of my life. Why isn't that desire for companionship, for intimacy, for sensuality, why isn't that desire being fulfilled? Precious hearts, go no further than yourself. You don't have to know what it is exactly, but you've got to concede. There must be something in my vast accumulation of my consciousness, my thinking of what I'm putting out there, that has somehow become a resisting force field that is resisting my desires being fulfilled. I, Mother Metta, remember, beloved roses. Regardless of the ways of the Father, the Mother always has her own way. And I have my own ways. If you care to cross this bridge, taking ownership, and it's just like saying, I take ownership, and life was never intended to be limited. And whatever way that I face limitations, and a vanquishing a lack of fulfillment of my desires, I take ownership. I take ownership. I take ownership. I take ownership. Maybe it's things I haven't understood. Maybe it's things I've carelessly put out there. Maybe it's perceptions I've aligned to and have held to my truth. I take ownership. The only force field out in the world that's affecting my reality is my own accumulation of thoughts that I'm sending forth. Is it possible that I send forth 3,000 to 8,000 thoughts a day? You see, here's the problem. You would say to me, but Mother, I'm not sending those forth. I'm just thinking them. Oh, you think that just thinking them you're not getting forth? You are a radio station. Your thoughts are being broadcast, maybe not in the way the mass of the people are not adept enough to pick up your thoughts, but your energies, yes. So, beloved hearts, the job's done. No judgmental God, no hand of retribution. Hip, hip, hooray. Aren't we lucky? Absolutely. Let's dive into the other half of that equation. And that's that, then what does seem to be the retribution? What does seem to be the cause of limitation in my life? get ready for another celebration, because the answer is me, me, me. It's all me. I'm responsible. Life is not about you. Life is not about you. It's about what you do. It's about what you become. It's about your tomorrow, where tomorrow, more and more of the best of you arises each day. Have you not had enough of being a little choo-choo engine going up the hill, carrying 100 heavy train cars of coal? That coal being the baggage, the vast accumulation put into a mighty force field that is acting. You think you have brand new thoughts every day? None. Because your thoughts just get added to the force field of thoughts that you thunk yesterday, the day before, month, year. And you do your best to be in the violet flames and purify you. Oh, thank God, that's a bit of a savior. Still got that big force field. Oh, I put it in the etheric records. Right, I did that. I'm free now. So now I'll go and think that thought again today. Good riddance. There's that thought. The rest of them in the force fields put in the etheric records, but you send out that thought today, it goes and connects to the force field in the etheric records, pulls it all back out into your life today. Will it be hard, difficult, blessed hearts? No, it won't be. But then again, it depends on your qualification. You've got the wonderful toolbox. How easy can it be when life says yes to me in all its victory? Life, ease and grace. Every challenge, every goal, ease and grace. Every thought I'm thinking is contributing to the feedback of matter and manifestation in my life. Every thought. Maybe you all have to go into fantasy land up there and just spend your days fantasizing, being in a beautiful place in your life. At least those thoughts would be harmless and loving to yourself and to others. So, every thought is your sowing. Don't like the reaping? Go back and change the thoughts. From this day forward, with the goddess of justice as your ascended master-elect, with Mother Akasha and all the mothers, including I, Mother Metta, we are here to see that this year, every day, every week, every month, in fact, every moment can be magnificent spiritual moments of birth and rebirth and birth and rebirth. It will not stop this year unless you fulfill your need to continue to have an emotional charge, an opinion about something and someone. Here's a nice thought. I will free myself in my life, and I will free everyone in this world and everything in this world from my life imprisoning thinking. Did you get that? Wow, I would have set everyone free. Free as a birdie, as Mr. Eagle Cloud used to say. So this is a lot. And we're not done on this subject. I'll leave it up to Mother Akasha and Papa Sun, because you got to bring this one home. You got the other part, but you got to bring this one home. And there's lots of pieces to help you get there. All right. Is there any water? Thank you. And so, beloved hearts, India, the house of India. You have heard the destiny of India. It's on the table back there. His glass. It's there. I can see it. Saying no to an ascended master. Wow. You all amaze us. If we say it's back there, it's there. I can see through walls. That will come soon enough. So let us remember, it was the mighty Saint Germain and my beloved Shananda who made it very clear. In terms of the world, in terms of the landmass, in terms of the destiny of nations, America is the heart of the world. India is the head. America represents the love of the world. India represents the light. Both nations are highly injured at this time. And yet it is all of you who are ready to immerse yourself in the final courses and studies of Christ consciousness, that the healing of India and the healing of America will be spirited by the Spirit and presence of God in each of you. The Great Tribulation, of which many years there has been warnings, has begun. Hear the good news. I have begun conversation with Mother Akasha, with Jesus the Christ, and the Director Logos, who is the authority for all of us. Matters not what realm we live in. And here is the conversation. You will all survive the tribulation. In fact, you will spiritually grow during the tribulation. And the conversation that we are having is that once the tribulation is over, and we've just begun and it's going to go on for a few years, but once it is over, a way will be found that all of you today, like the initiates, the neophytes, the seekers of centuries past, would find their way traveling into India and find places that we created for them to rest. And those of us in the cave of light would provide an overlighting presence and guide those initiates up through Nepal and into Tibet, into the ancient mystery schools. The time will come. We are discussing. We do not do anything by the fly of the pants. Is that how you say it? By the seat of the pants. Well, considering I rarely wear pants, that's a strange phrase, And I'm not sure where I picked that up from. I'm sure it's from the messenger's consciousness. But the point is, we do not do things by the seat of the pants. Things in the Ascended Master realms are well played out. It is a great challenge for any ascended being to speak to you, to communicate with you in dates and numbers and time frames. First of all, we don't live by your calendar. And it's so easy that there is a misspeaking of words around numbers, and this has happened before. The truth is, therefore, we all try to avoid it. So let's just say plans are in place. Meetings are occurring once the tribulation is over. That each of you will receive a mysterious letter. The letter will invite you to come to the Cave of Light in India and to come and experience the ascension thrones like initiates before you, who would come and rest upon the ascension thrones, and whose garments and states of minds and heart were just thrilled with the most scientific, mechanical way of advancing the stimulation of Christ energies within the substance of your brain and body. When the letter goes out, and mysterious it will be, and why? Because Mother Akasha has already appointed the great Master Saint Germain to oversee when every letter, when every Magdalene Rose will receive this mysterious letter. Those of you who know the Great Brother, those of you who know some of the wonderful stories of their messengers, and know the ways that the mighty Saint Germain loved to announce himself, often with a paper slipped under the door. Meet me at the train station. Get on the train over here. Just walk up to the desk. A ticket with your name prepaid will be there. Oh, the magic of the mighty Saint Germain. Mother Akasha has placed Saint Germain in charge. You see, we start organizing things way ahead, in which every Magdalene Rose will be invited to come to India and to meet us, to be greeted by myself and Shananda and others in the Cave of Light. Everything will be provided. All that you require is the clothes on your back. Everything will be given. And precious heart, as you recognize that during this tribulation on the earth, science will continue to advance. Today, there is a record number of satellites in your Earth's atmosphere. In the year 20 and 21, by the end of this year, there will be 3 times the amount of satellites in the upper atmosphere of the Earth. Well, from that point of life, you'd call it the lower atmosphere. Well, from space you would. The point is, you will have almost 10,000 satellites. These are satellites on average can weigh up to 5 to 10 tons, and satellites that can be as large as a handheld radio. I'm speaking of the larger satellites. Of course, an individual in your world, Elon Musk, dedicated to advancing science for the humanities. The way is opened. Only a few years ago, financial pundits wrote Elon Musk off. His risks were too great. They would ruin him. And today, as you have heard, on paper he is the richest person in the world. And so, it is this individual who is creating Starlink, the biggest network of satellites that will be a future internet that is free from government intervention and government control. Now, when an individual dedicates their life for the just cause of humanities and just causes to the powers of nature, we will help open doors to make sure that those individuals gain what they require. Mr. Musk is well on his way in attaining the prosperity for his goals. And we, and the mighty Saint Germain, and I mean we, the House of India, the mighty Saint Germain, and those ascended master in the Tetons, are working everywhere to make sure the prosperity comes to him. If an ascended master becomes involved in overlighting an individual of great wealth and science for the greater good of the peoples, humanities, and all life on earth, we do not do so without having cosmic insurance. Already detected by the space people of Elon Musk's organization, already detected by them, is that their satellites they have thus far sent forth are picking up a signal from an unknown source. Their space scientists have tried to track this source. They will not be able to track this source. The signal that Mr. Elon Musk's satellites are receiving is coming from the cave of light. We have placed the greatest of our three ascension thrones. We have placed them deep within the earth under the cave of light, as has been described by the mighty Saint Germain in his books. The cave of light underground is made up of magnificent rooms whose walls and floors and ceilings are composed of the most precious ore and lined with the finest diamonds and more, all that are capable of transmitting vibrational frequencies, energies, and signals. We have placed our greatest, our strongest ascension throne in one of these sacred rooms. And to every satellite that Elon Musk's space group has sent forth, we have secured a beam of our ascension throne upon each satellite. What does this mean? It means that his satellites can never be used by himself or any other group of human beings for a destructive purpose. It means that his satellites cannot be taken down when the upcoming satellite war that we see is coming. That whereas satellites put up by the Russians, the Chinese, the Americans, the French, the British, the Indians, the Pakistanis, and a few other countries. When the satellite war comes, and it is coming, not yet, the Chinese will do everything to make equal the sending up of their own rockets and satellites. None will have the protection that we are sending forth to Elon Musk's space agency satellites. It is because of his dedication to the humanities, his exploration of science, the creation of vehicles of transportation that are not harmful to the environment and that don't require the removal of oil, gases, hydrogen gases, and more to operate vehicles upon the surface, and much greater plans. So you see, precious hearts, in a way, India, the mind of God, we have waited for this great scientific age to come. We have always known that this age will only survive if there will be those citizens of earth who grow in their spiritualness and the spiritual force that they will carry to offset misuse of future science, as there has been in years past in the splitting of the atom and the creation of atomic weapons of war. And so, while there are those who will try to take down many forces that are today controlled, many military controls come under the command of signals operated by satellites. As the Elon Musk satellites go into place, then, precious hearts, they come under our protection. Not only that, the Elon Musk group will soon find that their satellites have abilities they did not program into the engineering of those satellites. Those satellites will have the ability to protect other satellites that certain rogue nations will seek to take out. As satellites expand in terms of functioning, the various softwares, digital and technical, for electricity and other systems of the world, as a number of those satellites are knocked out in the satellite war that is coming, we have access, as I stated, to all his wonderful satellites and the thousands that will be going up this year, estimated 3,000. that will come from the Elon Musk group. We will not only hold our signals from the golden throne of the Cave of Light of India. As satellites owned by governments are destroyed, Elon Musk satellites will step in and immediately pick up the signals and transmit the necessities of technology and industry to ensure that life continues on earth. And so, beloved hearts, this is a sample of science growing when there is enough of a spiritual platform that is growing in the hearts of the many. I look forward. You have not yet been told how long the tribulation will last. That is yet to be determined as to how long that energy is expended, because even once it is, it must be taken into the universal sacred fire to be consumed. And you will really be called into action when that time comes. But the day will come where I will welcome you, just as I welcomed Lady Leto, just as I welcomed the children that many of you came to know who are the Ascended Master Youth today. Welcome them into our homes and assisted their swift resurrection into Christ consciousness. I welcome each of you. I thank you. Namaste, beloved Magdalene Roses. Rise and realize that every expression of your human nature is an expression that desires to rise like a fountain and bring forth greater expressions, less human and more divine. We are ready to receive you. Namaste. Thank you, beloved Mother Metta. Thank you, Mother Akasha, and all our Ascended Master guests this weekend. We are truly grateful and blessed. From out of our hearts, we offer a wave of love and respect for each other, each other, each other, each other. Our next and final guest for this weekend, however, not the final time we will hear from him, is our favorite, most favorite Lord Maitreya. Oh my goodness. All right. We call upon the unfed flame in our heart to expand and release its love and appreciation for the great Lord Maitreya in whatever way he so chooses to come to each of us this day, always to bless our path.
Om Namo Arya Maitreya Buddhaya Dharmaya Sangaya
It is I, Lord Maitreya, your best friend, who greet you this day. I loved hearing the last words that were playing before mighty Hercules spoke, words that Jeriel had prepared in the recording. And those last words, discipline is my best friend. Indeed. You might as well call me Master Discipline. Indeed. Well, it seems your feeling side of life is coming alive, regardless of what kind of feelings you might have, precious heart. It was not long ago when the peoples of the earth found themselves almost living like animals. Then finally came the development of the mental body and the development of the feeling body. It has taken centuries of time for people who had intentionally or unintentionally shut down their ability to feel emotion. In this journey of awakening, we too are awakening the final stages of awakening our emotional body. And sometimes the awakening of the emotional body, so that we are clear, that we are able to feel once again. Sometimes the emotions that come up are emotions of rage and anger, depression, or emotions of being hurt. And so it is possible. While being hurt is an energy that many people express out in the world and feel out in the world, day to day, it is still possible that students can even feel hurt by what an ascended master has to say. Well, there's a positive side to this. I remember my first covenant in Los Angeles, and I laid down my spiritual law and order. Did you know there were 7 students who left the academy who actually felt offended or hurt by what I had to say? In fact, I was called on the royal pink carpet by you-know-who, Her Grace. Quieten it down, Maitreya. Get a little softer. And I did for a while. But I cannot be dishonest to my own being. I know, as former principal of the Ancient Mystery School, I know every emotion, and many emotions that have long been burrowed deeply within one's being. Emotions so deep that one is unaware of those emotions. One is unaware that they're infiltrating the way we see the world, the way we see ourselves, the way we express ourselves. Emotions that resist the natural, innate, and inborn laws of creativity. So you say to me, it is possible, even as a student of light, that you can feel hurt, even by something an Ascended Master says. I say to you, and don't be hurt, please, I say, good for you that you can feel hurt. Good for you that you have proven to yourself that your emotions are alive, at least, to the very least. So much attention to the great awakening of the mental faculties, for this is where the light comes through. It may be not enough, maybe more attention to the awakening of the great feeling side of life. Do you know, precious hearts, would you like to know something? Do you know that how many qualities, primary qualities embedded in the human feeling side of life? 144. They are primary, crystalline, magnetic activities, orbs, if you will. Out of those 144 primary, you as artists, you as creative beings, seeing every one of those 144 qualities, you could see them as your paints. And like an artist with their brush may mix a little of this and a little of that and come up with a new quality. So each of you as creative beings can come forth with new qualities. In every attribute, in every coming forth of the illumination of your minds, hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. There must be, there will be a matching attribute of love that rises up to fuel that attribute of light, of mind that is resurrecting. This must occur. And the more that your feeling body can go to work because it has its own God workstation within it, it's been damaged by duality. But the more it can get to work, the more you clear. I feel hurt. Good. Get on a mountain. Rage it to the world. Express yourself. Get it out of you. Now you might say, well, Lord Maitreya, I'm not yet Christ. Because Lord Maitreya could say to you, it's impossible that in the state of Christness, beingness, that you could ever possibly be hurt by what someone says or does. It's not possible. You maintain your peace. You maintain your poise. You may even rise up out of your seat and say, Lord Maitreya, I respectfully disagree with you. And I will say to you, Lord student, I respectfully disagree with you. Shut up and sit down. Oh, discipline, the severity of its blade. Will we slit our throats with it? Or shall we sit ourselves down and tuck the sword back in? Yet, let not a hurtful place, sour emotions, let these rise if necessary, because underneath them is the magical portraiture of creativity. Each of you, as your Christ comes forth, as stated clearly before, covenant. I own covenant. And there is a covenant between your mental body and your emotional body. There is constant triggers that come to you from the stimuli of the world, even triggers that come to you stimulated by the words of an ascended master. And as the emotions and the mind and what it hears and thinks it hears are constantly sending this constant firing back and forth between the mental body and the emotional body and the firing of emotions and feelings. This is the natural workstation. That workstation has been soured, not only by what humans think, say, send forth, also soured by what humans take in and accept. I have no mind for anything you might feel about I, Lord Maitreya. I know you'll get past it. Does sometimes a master deliberately say something to deliberately upset you? Well, if you were in the ancient Himalayan school, the answer is yes, 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 and yes all the way down the path when you go running. And many of you went running to the forests. And I had to come back and say, where are you going? Remember that one? Well, you told me to leave. I never said any such thing. Get your butt back in there. Oh, ascended masters lie. No, we never lie. We pretend. We are masters in disguise. We know when to act. If you don't know when we're acting, that's on you. But the thing is, precious hearts, to realize, to get everything up and out of you that is not love's eternal presence. Let not those be pretty words that you put on a picture and put on the wall. Love's eternal presence. Let them by conviction be who you are, what you radiate, and what you let love out from yourself. Send out from yourself. Vast is the work that has been accomplished. I know, as former principal, I can see inside you all the way through. Your clothes do not cover you. I see you naked. I see right through you. I see everything. So, precious hearts, if there's time for something to come up, in which there's some emoting on your part, good, excellent, most excellent, because you've got a lot of jewels within your feeling side of life, and those jewels have been covered over with sour emotions, hurtful emotions, angry emotions, and all of these things. And they will impair the ability for the new higher relationship between your mental body and your emotional body and the head of your physical body that is your brain. Just as the brain can affect your wellness and use of all your mental functions and emotional functions, the mental feeling side of life can affect and disrupt brain function. Your awakening includes the absolute healing of all duality that is found a resting place in the emotional body. Let me say it in Jesus' terms. Your healing includes rising up and out of the dueling impulses that Jesus writes about in his letters. Give and take, attraction, repulsion. These are dueling impulses. Now there is a word worth examination. Impulse. To get an impulse, to receive an impulse, to have an impulse acting. Is it mental? Is it emotional? Is it actually partially physical? I would say impulses from way up there, from the 5-mile altitude, way above the human, they are twin impulses of light and love and all their creative endeavors that you as a creator being can engage in. That is where we're going to. That is the path we are traversing upon. If the human race came to a place where they are subservient to a few who have controlled this world, then the emotional body has gone quiet. It's on survival mode. It is shut down. And one is not empowered by a purpose of will to be. And all of you, if you can get behind the curtain and realize what's going on in me, in this resurrection, what's going on in me? If there can be a flash of anger, a flash of depression, a flash of anxiety, a flash of being hurt, what is going on in me at a deeper level? Flashes are important in this understanding because mental conclusioning, mental presumptions, assumptions, perceptions are constant flashes, signals that are seeking corresponding, matching emotions on a higher level. And high-minded, inspired ideas in the mental body then seek out a corresponding match of divine feeling. Problem. Oftentimes, an illuminating, inspiring thought in the mind can disappear so quickly, can last without a sense of time, because the corresponding flash, a magnificent inspirational insight, the impulsation of that could not find a matching divine feeling to allow that mental insight to be embedded in one's life, one's expression, and one's conduct and behavior. Therefore, it is a blessing. At this point in your lives, beloved heart, when you have the unfed flame in the heart, when you have the understanding of redemption, forgiveness, atonement, attunement, when you have these tools, what a blessing it is. With a smile on your face. Not that you let it get away on you, but hallelujah, my feeling body is alive. I actually had a flash of anger this morning. Well, at least I know I can feel. My goodness, that is wonderful. Now on the path, you can then follow that is not an ideal emotion. And so you have tools to transmute those emotions. Many people wish. Oh, I just wish an ascended master would precipitate their visible presence in front of me. I just wish I could place my hand on my hurts and aches and pains and they'd all go away. Because that's what can happen. It's what can happen. But precious heart, you have to finish what is not complete. Understanding that there must be resurrection. There must be the saving grace activity in your emotional body. It is only through the will provided in the emotional body where you receive some inspiration, where those magnificent thoughts of inspiration, because everything in the mind, this is God's workstation inside you. But out in the mass of the people, it doesn't work well. You're getting it all working again. But as your workstation gets really up and running, when there's a human hiccup, you notice it more, and you will express more, and then you will come to realize your expression and do something about it. What's the ideal? Linger with that question. The messenger's voice is parched. Good reason to drink, isn't it? What's the goal? The goal. Poise, a word that brought forth. But is it really a word? Or just a word that describes a vibration? A sense of beingness, a sense of wellness, a sense of indication that through self-perseverance and self-obedience, that you have come to a place and that you can hold yourself, your mind, your feelings in poise. And then your physical body becomes a remarkable expression of strength, nurturing you, holding you. What an amazing responsibility that you have placed upon your physical body to hold you, spiritual you, being of consciousness. What a responsibility your body has to hold you. You're locked in. You are locked into these bodies for as long as you are to be locked in. The only time you will not be locked into these bodies is when you begin to experiencing merging with the Father consciousness. And for moments, however brief they are, that you gain awareness of universal consciousness, and in those moments lose awareness of your physicality. Those are all heights of delicious experience that is waiting for each of you. But let us today create a page for Mother Akasha to fill in her discourses. The realization, the resurrection of the emotional body. The rising up and emptying out of every difficult feeling and emotion, so that once again the natural workstation, mind, feelings, body, and there is a workstation. Therein is the matrix. Mind, feelings, body. You have, all of you, not to get too intimate with you, but you have all proven that you can use your minds, you can fantasize, and you can turn your physical bodies on. And you know exactly what I'm referring to, right? So you've already proven the relationship between what you're thinking up here, what you're fantasizing. And you know that if there can be changes in your physical body in moments that you're feeling and observing, you must conclude that there is a workshop. There is a continuous going on between what's going on in here and what's going on in your physical body. News alert. People who have inadvertently or deliberately shut down their physical body and have lost for a period of time the ability to feel, soon realize they face another condition. And that other condition is they lose the ability for their physical body to, let me just say, get turned on. Because the one part of the multi-body system is not working. You're in a magnificent multi-body system. So let's go to the pinnacle. The pinnacle. You have brilliant thoughts. Wonderful thoughts are taking place in your mind, many of them inspired, many coming in from your higher discerning intelligence, some of them coming in from the Holy Spirit that you're accessing now. And as those thoughts show up in your mind, and you allow yourself to just gently linger with those inspiring thoughts, in those few moments of lingering, your multi-body workstation is working. It's sending signals. It's sending signals into your feeling body to find a corresponding match. If you have an inspiring mind, an inspiring thought, idea, this is the light of mind. It will then seek out a match in your feeling body. The match is going to come from the love vibration, correct? Then your physical body becomes recipient. This, precious hearts, is where you see advancement in making these higher ideals real in your life. Think it, feel it, then you become it. And the first place you become it is in your physical body. The physical body is the first receptacle of your thinking, feeling nature. The magnificent interaction that is taking place. So celebrate. You've always known that you can think. You've come to be aware that you think too much. You've come to be aware that you've got to discipline your thoughts. You're becoming more aware of the natural laws of cause and effect. And all of these things, precious hearts, it is to embed within yourself the marriage. Marriage is sacred. The marriage between your own aspects. Your body is to become the magnificent temple in which you have reunited the marriage between mind and heart, thoughts and feelings. And when they are reunited, can you imagine every wonderful thought, every inspired thought, every thought, every Ascended Master teaching that you're hearing or reading and is passing through the mental faculties, and the great workstation within your multi-body form? Your mind is seeking out. And what does it use to seek out? It uses your central nerve system and finds those corresponding matching activities in the love vibration. Then as that lingers through the central nerve system, it enters into the flesh body. Cells, molecules are constantly building and tearing themselves down so that you'll have new cellular activity. And the new cells are carrying this new marriage of delightful light, delightful love in your feeling side of life. To be alive in your mind, to be alive in your feelings. Yet that marriage seeks its physical counterpart. And your body temple is to be that physical counterpart. Sometimes there are those citizens who just must get out in nature. And even nature itself is not enough. Go out into the wilderness. The wilderness is not enough. Must go climb a mountain, Everest, or whatever be. Finally, freedom. But what's it really about? It's about 5 letters and 1 word called. A 5-letter word called space. I'm not talking about space out there, the final frontier. Space. It's been so crowded in there, either crowded or shut down. The walls tightening in and around you. I need some space to breathe. Yes? That's what you really desire. Space. Oh, it feels so good. And then you begin to breathe that in. But you could use your imagination. If Mount Everest doesn't live next door to you, the power of your imagination, again, a faculty. But it is a brain faculty. The brain is always trying to step in and help you right your use of mind and help you free your use of your feeling side of life. Such is the gift of imagination. To imagine that everything Mount Everest could give you if you climbed Mount Everest, and that space and that fresh air. But what does that mean? That you're cleaning yourself out from the inside out, all the metaphors it stands for. So this year, you can, precious hearts, this can be the year. And I will join Mother Akasha. As beloved Mother Metta said, you've got the peace of a non-judgmental God source. You've got that. But you don't necessarily have the full peace that every thought, every word, every action is contributing to the world of matter and relationships that you experience. That's got to really log in now. So let me inspire you. You now know that you can think. In fact, you've been so liberated to think that sometimes you just can't control your thinking. It's just so much. Many who have found themselves imprisoned, and especially those incarcerated who were not guilty and who became unfortunate victims of a reckless prosecution and found themselves incarcerated for years. And then with modern science and modern DNA matching, are finally released from prison. They had the wrong guy. What is common in all those who survived, and survived in a really good way? Their attitude: they could imprison my body, but they could not imprison my mind. What I chose to be in my mind, how I chose to think, my attitudes, and all of this. You wish to experience greater change? You wish to experience fulfillment of your desires? New activities? Absolutely. But precious hearts, say to yourself, to every good thing that I aspire to every good thing, there must be a match between my thoughts and my feelings. There must be a match between my thoughts and my feelings. You think that there are not many who have desired? What about those who somehow have opened a door to their creativity? Singers, songwriters, artists. For some, doors of opportunity and fame open to them. That's a small group. To a vast majority of others, the doors do not open. And yet they have the same creativity, if not even greater. Where is the resistance? Where is the lack of opportunity? It's in the person's own feeling body. But they don't know it. They don't understand it. And so it's a wonderful thing to be able to think freely and to allow yourself to be guided by your ascended friends, to guide you through this place. And wonderful that your feeling side of life is alive and it's feeling. And for now and what has been in the past, regardless of what you're feeling, because the path requires and teaches you that you have to clean up your feeling body. And you take steps to do this. Your physical body and your physical world is waiting for you. Waiting for you. Get it through that thick head. Yeah, especially you. You'll get no mercy from me, young man. And that is why, because you do great when you are disciplined. And you acknowledge that yourself. And so it is. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. Your body, your physical body, and your physical world is waiting for you. Waiting for you to aspire to that place. Sour thoughts have produced sour emotions that have soured your physical reality. Inspiring thoughts, and many have had inspiring thoughts, but they've had sour emotions. In other words, they had no quality as a match in the feeling body to match those inspiring thoughts or that inspiring creativity. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Really? So it is. Search your feeling body out. Know the truth to every wonderful thought you think, to every creative idea that comes up in your mind, that crosses your mind. Once it's there, stop. Hold your breath for a couple days. Just kidding. I just said that to see if you're listening. No, stop, but do stop when you're aware of what a beautiful thought just crossed my mind. But now take a deep breath and say, oh, now before I go on to the next thing, let's just stop. That's just a beautiful thought I had. That's a beautiful idea. And there's a natural workstation in me in which my own feeling body would seek to bring up a match. The feeling must match the mind. Yes? So let me just take for a moment what a beautiful thought I just had, whether it's a goal, a resolution, an inspiration, whatever it is, what a beautiful thought. Try this as a practice. Say to yourself, now, I'd love this idea to have physical reality in my life. But first, it must find a match in my feeling side of life. Somewhere in my feeling body, there has to be a matching quality to the inspirational thought. And I call upon the great God presence within me, my higher discerning intelligence, to drive that inspirational thought, that idea right into my feeling body and seek out a perfect match. In fact, I call the violet flames with the greatest intensity through my feeling body, that if there's a perfect match in my feelings to this wonderful idea, but I'm not feeling the match, then the match must be covered over. So I call the violet flame, seek and find, seek and find, seek and find. Whatever's covering over the beautiful quality that could match that magnificent thought I had. But then be ready and receptive to an onrush of feelings. And for a while, let yourself get drunk in those wonderful feelings that come up to match that wonderful thought you had. Hold it, build it, become pregnant with it, so that your body vessel can outpicture it. And as your body vessel holds on to it, then it will show up in your physical reality. I agree, I am amazing. What a place. 2 eastern states, 2 states, east and west. I understand that I am on overtime. I am master overtime. And if you must turn me off, go ahead. I will remember. So 2 states, east and west, New York and California. And now California is being hit with the worst COVID infections, rising up to 50,000 a day. As vaccines spread out and become available, no ascended master is going to tell you whether to take a vaccine or not. That is up to your personal business. The messengers are very aware that if they are to ever travel again, they would probably have to take a vaccine. Because corporations and governments We'll all join together. You want to fly on our airplanes? Let's see your vaccine passport. This is the new buzz for 2002. 2021. Yeah, even I, once in a while, this thing with numbers and the way you do time is it's bonkers. So for us to express numbers through your messenger's vocal cords, that's bonkers too. So here's the deal. You're building a God power. What truth do you carry? Already some students have received the vaccine, and that's fine. That's fine. But you have to understand what's coming in the world. You have to understand that people who choose not to be vaccinated will be shamed by the rest of the population. Yes, it's part of the storm that's coming. It's part of what will build conflict from people to people. Now, there are some elements within this vaccine, some that have been proven helpful, that have been used before. There are some elements that have been proven can be potentially harmful. But you are God, and your conviction of being God, your conviction of all the years, you go back, precious hearts, all of you that have been with the Academy many years, it probably came to the time when you'd plead with Mother Akasha to talk about something else. And all the time she discoursed on omnipresence and omnipotence and omniscience and one power and none power and all these things. We got it, right? You got it. So you have this huge conviction of this now, right? Not just a thought, you have a conviction. That for you, you understand that out in humanity that accepts all sorts of things, that there are several powers that seem to act on their lives, even takes their lives. But for you, you live from a new base, a new understanding. For you, there's only one presence and power and intelligence in your life. I have to remain in this world and not be of it. So if that means in some levels I have to cooperate, what decisions do I have to make? If I don't take the vaccine, and I have a passport that says I don't have a vaccine, will I live the rest of my life in my house? Go down to the end of the block, back and forth? You have no idea what they got planned for you, precious hearts. The point is, please do not take my words out of context. It will not be the friggin' end of the world. It will not be the end of your body if you have to take the vaccine or you choose to take the vaccine. You are not amongst those, I hope, that Mother suggested, being spiritual aware. In other words, you're aware of spiritual teachings. Just like you're aware there's a book on the shelf and it has the teachings of Jesus Christ. But you're not spiritually minded yet, which means you have not embodied those teachings in power, in spirit, in force, in alchemical, vibrational frequencies. And it's when you embed those that you're spiritually minded that when, oh yeah, sure, give me the little prick. Jab, jab, Then precious hearts, not going to hurt me, right? There's no power. God in me is the only presence, power, and intelligence acting in my body. And that I don't say as a friggin' affirmation. I say that as a conviction of who I am. I'm not a fence sitter with my spirituality. I have taken my stand. I can't speak for anyone else, and don't you dare try to speak for anyone else or any other rose. Don't you dare be telling other roses what they should do or not. That's my job. And I take it well. This is between you and your God. Go ahead. Here's the glass. Anyone have some poison? Put it in. I'll drink it right in front of you. It won't destroy me, and it won't destroy the messenger's body. Not from a belief. It's from a conviction of who I am. And if if the messenger's conviction is not embedded enough, I'll imprint my conviction, and I'll be the first to protect him from a glass of poison that he might foolishly drink, or I might deliberately make him drink. But do you understand the point I'm trying to make? These are personal decisions. And it's something you actually should be quiet about. Don't talk about them to your fellow roses. Keep it to yourself. This is your own private business. Unless you've got your own little bubble. Oh, my God. Well, you know what? Guess what? You know what? I'm a bubble booster. I'm a bubble buster. Bubble buster. So, precious hearts, just keep building your God power. Keep building your God power. It's going to take to the end of the year that they'll even get around to finding you. So you've got lots of time to make a decision, precious hearts. And whatever it is, you know what? You've got your decrees, you've got your meditations, and the most important thing, you've got God. And Mother Akasha has a huge responsibility with Jesus Christ in finding every way that the 9 mighty attributes of the Father are getting in, they're flowing in, you're tapping into the stream, you're merging with the Father consciousness so that those attributes, oh my goodness, did you hear the good news? That one of the attributes of the Father consciousness is protection. Protection from anything as it's required. So let's not fret. The time will come. Because here's the truth. God in you, and definitely God in me, knows whether you will take the vaccine. Conversation's already done. It's already over. And whether you take it or not, either way, you will be fine. You will be healthy. But if the world deems that you will only have your freedom to move about in the world, therefore you deem it wise to take the vaccine, God in you is your reality. And God in you is your protection and the ongoing healing, perfecting activity. That's the whole truth and all of the truth. Now it comes down to personal decisions. And I just beg of you that in all your personal decisions that impact your life, your body, keep them personal and respect and honor all decisions others might make that may be different from you. We must stay united. You are the only group in the world that is calling me back to earth. I'd rather stay up there nice and cozy in the celestial heavens with Jesus and Mahatma and the Buddha. He's my family, you know. But like Jesus, I squeeze myself through this little canal to come down into human consciousness to be with you. And you will survive, and the earth will survive. Do your part, beloved hearts, for your time to begin rising. I will send you a dream. It will be up to you and your higher discerning intelligence. When you receive and become aware of that dream, I will send it to you, and then after you have that dream, you don't ever say to me that Lord Maitreya doesn't love you. In this dream, you will find yourself somewhere. Or you might find yourself dreaming that you're in bed. And of course you're dreaming that you're in bed because that's exactly where you are. How shall I send this one to you? Because in this dream, as the night rises in each of you, that's a capital K, that is a white stallion that I am sending to each of you. A mighty Arabian horse. And maybe, depending on your perceptors and the way your brain interfaces with your dream state, you might wake up in your dream but not wake up physically. Do you understand what that is? Yes. That's lucid conscious dreaming, yes? But the lucid conscious dreaming is so real that you physically sense it, smell it, feel it. Understand? Good. So for some of you, the dream may arrive. And there you are dreaming as you're laying lavishly in your bed. You dream that something is beside the bed. Then you dream that there are whiskers that are touching your face and a big tongue that comes out and begins to tongue you, begins to lick you, beloved hearts, as this, and you wake up your eyes in your lucid dream, and there you see this magnificent white steed. And that moment, any peculiar emotions you might have had are set aside. You sit up, and this magnificent animal is there. And you're just in awe. And you know what horses do if they love you? They shake their head up and down. Their feet, their knee. You say, what is it? And the horse talks to you in horsey language and says, come on. You say, where? You'll see. Get on. So there you are. Throw your sheets and blankies to the side. And there you get up onto your steed, this beautiful white stallion that turns and gallops right through the walls. Just like the movies. Just like Doctor Strange. And a cape forms around your back. Remember the cape in Doctor Strange? Strangelove, yes? Remember the cape? And there you go. And then the journey unfolds. You see, precious hearts, if your state of consciousness, your merging with the universal, is not yet at a place where you become experiential with the sensualities of merging with Father consciousness in an experiential way, I have my ways. I will send you a messenger, a beautiful white stallion, and whatever way He will be perfect in whatever way he shows up in your dreams. We have a collection. I know what Mother is going to be sending you soon. She is going to be sending you her favorite. Do you know what it is? It is a Siberian tiger. Well, you've heard in the First Nations, you've heard that there is some mysticism around the totems, the animal totems. Yes, there's accuracy in that. So you see, moi, said to Mother, you know, there's other ways that we can bring them experience even if they haven't merged with the universal. We can bring them some really loving, shock and awe and wonderful. We can make them like children again who believe in magic. So I'm sending to you, he is beautiful. He is magnificent. For some of you, he will be too tall. But he will, wasn't that funny? But he will kneel down on his front legs, and he will let you mount him. And then you will go forth. And your horse will take you through magical lands, magical states of experience that you can record because the brainwave mind is not ready to have those experiences pass through them. But you can record them in much the same way that off you go to a magical film produced by Disney or Sony, and you watch these wonders of Marvel and Super Wonder Woman or Doctor Strangelove. You see, these are already breaking down barriers of human density. So, I feel a stallion, a steed, is best at first. It wasn't my first choice. My first choice was to send you a flying carpet. But then I realized that if it took flight with you on it, it might bring some old fear that you might fall off. And do you know that's impossible? Because even if you did fall off, just like the cape did not let go of Dr. Strangelove, yes? If you fell off a flying carpet, the flying carpet just flips and comes down and around you again, so it's impossible. But we'll get there. So, beloved, we have a journey. And if you have a human moment, the best way to be free of it is love that human moment free. You have a great friend in me. I don't think I'm any stranger to you. I don't talk like all the other ascended masters do. Just kind of like the Buddha. He doesn't talk like the other ascended masters either. But I'm not a softy Buddha. I'm an advanced Buddha. I'm an avatar. And one day, precious heart, I will be there with Mother Akasha, Saint Germain, Jesus Christ, Lady Nada, Lady Leto, Mother Mary, and a whole host of masters to greet you and welcome you into your next heavenly home, the fifth dimension of Earth. I am Lord Maitreya. I thank you for allowing me into the living room of your overtime and being with you in these precious moments. Every one of you is deliciously loved. Do you know what it is like to be deliciously loved? No, you don't, so don't tell me you do. But you might be open and receptive to the idea of being deliciously loved up. Thank you. Namaste. We love and bless you, Lord Maitreya. We thank you for a glorious completion of our 2-day weekend event. We thank you, Mother Akasha, for hosting these events. Until we are together again, may the love in our heart flames build a bridge of love with all our guest ascended masters. We are so grateful and blessed. And from out of our hearts, we offer a wave of love and respect to each other. Namaste, dear friends of the light, dear brothers and sisters. Sisters, sisters, sisters.